The company's offerings are aligned with the needs and expectations of the critical clients. Shashi holds a master's degree and has been recognized for his innovative contributions to the industry, including receiving a prestigious NASSCOM award for his ideas on ITC interventions in experimental marketing. Please give a big round of applause for Shashi Kumar. Why so less? Come on, put the energy. All of you had breakfast also, I saw you all having. Okay. His expertise in blending technology with marketing has positioned him as a thought leader in the rapidly evolving phygital landscape. Outside of his professional endeavors, Shashi is a passionate about experimenting with culinary recipes. Very good, sir. Engaging in quizzes, reading extensively, and connecting with nature, whether in his own garden or exploring the tranquility of the forest. We definitely will call you to our institution as a chief guest. His diverse interests reflect his dynamic personality and his constant pursuit of new challenges and experiences. Now we move on to the first session of our Shashi Kumar, Radhakrishnan. Thank you.
Pocket luck. Thank you. Thank you, madam, for the introduction. Good morning to all of you. And to be very frank, this is an opportunity for people like us to also come and learn. What we will do is, yes, we are passionate about what we do. We have been doing experiential interventions in ecotourism, in promoting conservation, heritage management for the last close to 30 years. So my role today is to tell you what we did, what we think should be the approach for future ecotourism strategies, and what are the successes which we have seen. And as much I would talk about our experiences, I would like to learn from you in our discussions. So I think we'll spend around 25 to 30 minutes on the presentation, and we will keep almost 15-20 minutes for discussion. So that way it'll be a fruitful morning for all of us. Yeah. So as the title says, I was given a very broad generic title, Future of Ecotourism. So the approach we wanted to take, and in a way it was good because it was an open-ended title. So I think these are the keywords which I want to highlight. So starting from the design, when I said design in a very holistic way, design, how do you design an ecotourism experience? How to bring in sustainability, and sustainability not from just the environment point of view, not from the heritage management, architecture, not from the indigenous communities involved in it, also very important, the economic and commercial aspects of it. Only then it becomes viable, right? Otherwise an idea remains an idea, and we'll see many half-baked, unsustained acts. So these are kind of 4 pillars, what we think, and the experiential aspects, because we think a particular ecotourism initiative has to have a sound platform-based approach. So what we are trying to do the next maybe 20 minutes, talk about the frameworks of ecotourism. And since this is a large and complex topic, what we find is you address 1 or 2 of these pillars, and then you realize that that initiative is not taken off. So I think as part of your design thinking, you should incorporate these 4 pillars, and then many more, but I think these are the 4 key pillars. If you can factor these pillars and into your design thinking and into your structuring of the model, there are very little chances you can fail. So I think that's our experience from various projects what we have seen across the country. So my company EDC Creative Technologies, we are based in Bangalore. We are close to 30 years now. So we do museums, experience centers, interpretation centers, and we've helped in heritage management, conservation. Most of our museums are housed in heritage buildings, The building here, which you see in the background, this of course is the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Museum in Kevadia in Gujarat. But the first two pictures from the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Museum in Ahmedabad, which is housed in the Moti Shahi Palace. Moti Shahi Palace was built by Shah Jahan, and much before he built Taj Mahal. And that houses the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Museum in Ahmedabad. So most of the buildings have heritage value. There's a lot of conservation. There's a lot of curation of artifacts. So the whole idea is how do we bring all of this in a cohesive, coherent manner and create an experience. So ecotourism need not be just constrained to forests and nature retreat spaces. You can bring this design framework of thinking across various projects what you are trying to propose. So this is, I just have 2 slides about us. So just what we do is we bring and craft digital experiences, and with a high quotient of concepts, experiential design and technologies. The whole idea is this should energize the ecosystem of the particular space or area what we talk about in ecotourism. So we have been doing turnkey expertise, turnkey execution, and also we design, build and maintain, and we won several awards in this space. So diving straight into the topic, again keeping these 4 pillars, I will keep referring to these 4 pillars of design framework, is how do we bring in sustainability and commerce. That is very important. So post COVID there has been sustained demand for good travel experiences, just not going to a space. Just to give an anecdotal experience, one of my friends, a scientist, just had a conference in Sri Lanka just a few weeks ago, and there was a Buddhist circuit they visited, and he said it is so well curated, well planned, and he said personally he had spent almost $1 lakh visiting these places, buying tickets, buying curios, experiential food dining. So I felt that was amazing because our neighboring country has done some things well. What we find woefully lacking is, let's say we design a nice experience center or a museum, you need to build an ecosystem around it which can bring in all these factors, integrate into a sustainable way, and I think that's very important. So that's coming back to the drawing board. How do we build in these 4 pillars into your design thinking, and how do we ensure that these individual pillars are addressed and implemented the way you want to do it. So sustainable experiences, travel experience is a big demand now, and we think this experience centers and digital interventions can transform ecotourism. And how we do it and what we do it in what ways, I think there are a few slides which will show. We also want to bring in, as I said, integrating design, sustainability and commerce for long-term success. So if we consider all these aspects, there is good reason this can be sustainable, and there are a few case studies across the world. There are a few maybe in India too, but for want of easy access to data. So don't get me wrong when I have shared 1 or 2 case studies abroad, but there could be few, there are few sustainable models which have worked out well in India. So again coming back to sustainable experience centers. So we think experience centers and fulcrum of that particular space where you talk about the community, we talk about the flora, we talk about the fauna, we talk about the rich heritage in that area. So we also bring in eco-friendly architecture, blending with various, sorry. I just went forward. Yeah. So we also talk about interactive exhibits showcasing local ecosystem and cultures. So I think we have to make the visitor involved in the system by providing information, providing them immersive experiences, so that the go and talk to interaction. So we also platform we interestingly just 2 months ago, a Sikkim came up with they want AR and VR experiences for some of the mountain trails, and he said due to over tourism, so somebody would visit a space where they would allow so many number of people, but for certain other trails they won't allow because of certain issues. So they've built this reality. One particular trail can see without visiting a lot of states photography and in QR highlighting the flora and fauna, allowing a particular visitor to understand that space and just in terms of experience centers, we shuttles, bicycles, and walking trails. So to ensure that the holistic and comprehensive. So key fulcrums, as I said, is an interpretation center or an experience center, which becomes a hub for education and awareness. So there we talk about different conservation efforts, biodiversity and sustainability. And we can also have hands-on workshops. So for example, near Bandipur, and what we did near Nagarhole, sorry. So what we did is we had, of course, the flora and fauna section. We had different tree species and also and it becomes immersive and more also the BS. So they are beautiful so what and these are all birds kind of appreciation the visitor experience that having a static picture or just those words and just a small footnote as a signage. That's not going to excite them anymore. So these are kind of experiential design interventions which we can incorporate. So what are the various digital technologies which we can leverage for sustainable commerce? So we're talking of phygital. Now that's a buzzword, you know, combining the physical world with the digital world. So your physical world and digital world becomes phygital. How do we bring phygital tourism models? So we are building, you know, digital experience showcase indigenous people. So we actually built a Toda hut just outside the museum, and the artifacts were placed in the Toda hut, and people can also visit the local Todas living there. This is again showcasing how a dam is built and how so we also do, as I said, heritage spaces. I'll just skip it. That's it. So thanks for the opportunity to present. Would love to interact and hear from you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. R. Shashikumar Radhakrishnan. It was a beautiful talk, wonderful. You are very dynamic and passionate by whatever you have done. I will quickly, the ecotourism experiences were really fantastic, using AR, VR for virtual, with explorations, with holistic experiences. We also enjoyed your several examples like Kabani Forest, seeing the herbarium, then going for safari. Sound and light shows you're telling, which is really good. I also saw a few in Andaman,
Yep.
Delhi.
Yeah.
And Kurukshetra, I saw the whole Mahabharata.
Correct.
Sound and light, it's really beautiful. I mean, really, gives us a whole story. Then also storytelling, digital technology, digital experiences that's really new, which I heard today. I think most of you also would have heard with AI and data analytics, excellent. Involvement of local community, it's really nice. And one thing what touched me was coffee, because to tell you all, we are coffee planters, and we have coffee estate in one of the most beautiful area in Chikmagalur, very holistic. And in 1990, I started what Sir had told. In fact, I took 1 year off from my teaching profession to do this.
Okay.
But I didn't meet Sir, so I couldn't proceed forward. Okay. If I had met you in 1990, maybe I would have been there. So I started that like this, only something like ecotourism, showing people the culture, showing them how to this thing. But I did, it was not so well. I think now I can start again. Thank you very much, Shashikumar. I'll start again now. What Sir has told, I can do this very well. Like what Sir told, the different varieties of coffee, Arabica, Robusta, is also Kaveri and many more. Right. I can show them the varieties and then also take them for picking. Picking coffee is very interesting. And there's actually a competition between the workers who will pick the most because they get some incentives. And also after that we do the curing, which is also really interesting. And after that is you can do the roasting, drying, roasting and all that with your own hands, and you'll know what's happening, because people do not know now, the students do not know what's happening. If you tell them, where do you get milk? They say, from the shop. So if you say, where do you get honey? They say, from the shop. So we can show in the same coffee estate where you get honey from bees. We can show other things like, we have goats, cows, everything can be seen well. So I really like the idea, which we all can take forward, and the youngsters can start their own entrepreneurs business like this. It's very good for the youngsters to do this. And as well as I like the Sula wines, what you said in Nasik.
Yeah.
It's very popular. I think here on the road also, and here also we have many more.
Yep.
We have taken our students to some of the wine thing that's very interesting for the students, they like that. And also there's so many beautiful, you can have your destination wedding there.
Yep.
And all, and also this other things what all showed about the Banarghatta Zoo, that all of you would have seen. And all these animal calls, bird calls and all that, really interesting holography. So we, all of you, let us give a big round of applause first now initially, once for sir. Little more stronger because of the talk. It was really, all of you will agree? I want a big yes, or all of you will agree, yes? Yes. Now I would like you all to ask questions, because you all are concentrating. Questions from every row, fast. Yes.
First question is from me.
Yes.
There are many youngsters. They aspire to start their own startups.
Exactly.
This ecotourism space. How should they plan? In fact, yesterday, day before yesterday, in the inaugural, guests were telling that you have invited only academicians and researchers. We want more of people who are involved in entrepreneurship development.
Right.
I said we have 3 of them, and your talk was super. I request you to give insights on how to start their own enterprise.
Right. Very interesting. Just 2 weeks ago, there's a university very close to this in Yelahanka, TDU, Transdisciplinary University. They are going to start a course in heritage and museum management, and they invited few of us before the course is initiated. And one of the inputs we gave is alluding to your question, very similar thing. A lot of people want to aspire to get into government jobs and things like that. Even private sector, there's a lot of challenges. But I think these are a lot of untapped potential, right? I gave you this friend of mine who went to Sri Lanka and spent almost $1 lakh just buying the local cues. All this can happen when you do this at the grassroots at a sustainable level. I totally agree with you that they are sometimes lost, young people from that space. They need to be mentored. They have to actually give them incubation expertise, and tell them what are the aspects they have to consider. And like we do a business plan, so we have to do a business model, do a proper plan. What are the resources they can tap into to make it sustainable, to make it economically viable, without disturbing the other factors of that area. We need to do that. Unfortunately, you have it for a lot of other businesses like IT, AI, and so on and so forth in hardware. But these sectors, students need help, and small entrepreneurs need help. And I think organizations like you can create a kind of a mentoring platform so that they can tap into it. I remember Coffee Board did something similar for coffee entrepreneurs. How to set up a roasting facility, how to do your own blends, how to create your own cafe in a upmarket area. They have done in their own way. We can also tap into these organizations with that expertise. But what is lacking is one platform where people can access, right? And once a platform is created, there is credibility. Even financial institutions would love, banks would come and say that, if you're rooted through this platform, there's some credibility, there is some, somebody who's, validated the proposal. So that definitely needs to be done, because there are a lot of things which can be done. And unfortunately, when you talk of entrepreneurship, and it's just restricted to IT and few other sectors, but this is one huge sector which is yet to be tapped.
So that was a beautiful question.
Yeah, I
by
think it's a
Ramesh
very
sir.
useful question, and
It's a very
people in the sectors. Yeah,
If entrepreneurs like you support, certainly
definitely. We are there to support. I think we've seen good success stories across the country and few cases in the world, and it's a question of somebody collating that, giving that an organized knowledge format, and sharing that so that that can be utilized by the entrepreneurs.
that was a very good question, sir. Very useful to the students, Ramesh sir. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Myself, Hari Bhaskar. I am from Tamil Nadu. I am basically horticulture officer from Tamil Nadu, sir. We, in our department, we have around like 78 horticulture farms, from tropical temperate to coastal area farms. Towards the overall Tamil Nadu topography, each and every topography, we have farm, around 78 farms.
Okay,
In these farms, we do farm tourism.
nice.
In every farm, we will do around, we have like around 10 farms, we do farm tourism. Basically, we do like what are the things, how to produce organic fertilizers, what are the things we usually regularly do. We'll explain to the visitors, and we charge minimal amount for that, and we'll give like saplings, the produce we in our farms. How we can integrate everything in a same platform, so that from even from any person from Chennai or like something here Bangalore can go from, you can book here. You have to integrate every farm so that we can plan as a single program.
Absolutely. So I think the first suggestion I could give is create a platform where you can document and these assets, knowledge assets, right? Let's say a home gardener visits your place. So your engagement doesn't stop with that visit of a day or few hours in your place. You are engaging them, they would need support after that, they would need help. So through this platform, you can actually engage with these visitors, right? So you are bringing in continued interest, right? They also become your brand ambassadors. So technically, your product, in inverted commas, your product has to be a compelling offering, right? So you can, starting from how do you schedule the visit? How do you enable if they have to book or pay online? There are simple things like that, right? Scheduling from there, how they can plan, how to reach there. And if they come there, what are the local places they can stay if they have to stay back. So you have to curate that experience, holistically. What happens is, I can give you a lot of experiences. We have done a sound and light show we were asked to do in a remote place near Baroda. The access to that place takes 3 hours, right? And the roads are not pretty good. And this is a beautiful fort. Okay. Now you do a sound and light show. Now this is, show starts at 7 p.m. Right? There's nothing there around, people don't have access to amenities. Now, of course, they have done this story is about 15 years ago. And one of the things we told the authorities there is when you drive down, you have to ensure these amenities are there. Show would take an hour and a half. So by the time they return back, it's 9 p.m. So they would be hungry, then where are the places for them to eat and things like that. So you may launch this, but this will not become sustainable. They would end up spending 3 to 4 crores for developing that. But it's not sustainable in the long run. And the client took our advice seriously and said, yeah, this is a challenge we face. So unless these basic amenities are done, then we're not going to spend that money there. So you have to think it from a holistic experience, create those interventions. These days, it doesn't cost much, going online, going digital, creating a small. So even in your own space, create a experience center, give them some briefing before they actually do. So you can actually have different stages. So they can spend an hour or two in your experience center and then take them into the farm tours. So that becomes more, educational, more entertaining and more immersive for the visitor, right? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, any more? Yes, next question. Very good. That side also, Deepali and all, Natasha, questions.
So first of all, thank you so much for the presentation. It is very insightful. As a tourism student, I learned a lot from that. My question to you is, in an age where we are digitizing everything and using technology, even in the field of ecotourism, how do we draw the line between using technology as a tool to promote a destination and between it overtaking it completely and becoming, you know, overpowering? So how do we protect the authenticity of a tourism destination as well as using technology to aid its promotion and not just, you know, it completely overtaking the destination itself?
Yeah, please, 1 minute, please tell your name and where from.
Hi, I am Sadaf. I am from Mount Carmel College.
Yeah. Good question. We had this debate, the Sikkim initiative, what I talked 3 months ago, which was launched by a department in Sikkim, that why would somebody go and experience VR when we said no, they would come there. There are maybe 15 trails in that space. 2 or 3 are allowed. The remaining, because of capacity constraint, by over tourism, you know, the local area can get disturbed, you know, flora and fauna can be affected. But at the same time, while they visit, we want to ensure that they get this experience of all other trails. So they're very clear of their objective. But just saying experience something virtual sitting in Mumbai or Bangalore, the Sikkim trail, which is actually the wrong thing, right? You're not allowing the person to experience the real thing, right? So as of now, I don't think we foresee that as a big issue, but over a period of time, now even with VR, you know, we're very conscious of how to promote VR and AR. So we use the right use case for the right technology, right? So just by showing a 3D VR tour of Taj Mahal, that's fine. You're promoting that space. You're giving a glimpse of that experience of visiting Taj Mahal. But the real act of visiting Taj Mahal, nothing can meet that, or nothing can be compromised by, you know, by using any other means of it. So I think a conscious use of technology to aid and improve that area or promotion of that area should be used.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, some more questions, please. You've got a golden opportunity, yes. Your name and your...
So my name is Adarsh Srinivas Sharma. I represent JSS AHR Mysore. I'm a system analyst and a part-time research scholar. I'm doing in human-elephant conflict, sir.
Okay.
So if there is no coexistence between humans and the wildlife, the ecotourism can be impacted. For example, I'm doing in Bandipura National Park. If there are the retaliations between both the sides, what your company as a content creations means in the wildlife conflicts, which can create an impact between peoples, what not to do. And
absolutely. So I think
sustainable development
so one of the first things is basically education and promotion, you know, of do's and don'ts. If you visit, most people are not aware. I still remember I had an experience. I was traveling in Bandipur once, and there was a wild elephant grazing by the side, and we were all very cautious, driving slowly. But a car from a different state parked, and they thought, they just went rushing towards the elephant, and that elephant charged, and literally they were not aware. Nobody told them they are not supposed to do it. So now, of course, you have signboards there in the forest that don't tease animals and all that, but that's not good enough. So as you take now, I think they charge entry fee. Yes. So while they do that, they should give them a leaflet. They said, "Park your car, please read."
Yeah.
And if you violate, they're not aware about it. I think simple things like that. It starts from that. So that's a personal experience I had. So I would always say that at the gate itself, when you buy a ticket, give them a brochure or give them a link to download on your phone. Tell them do's and don'ts. Show them pictures of how bad things have happened, right? And I think that will bring some sensitization. The problem here is there's a huge gap in disseminating that information or knowledge. So I think that is the first step. Okay. So if you even ask me that you buy a ticket for a safari, you should get a link saying that these are the do's and don'ts. And of course, the person who's taking the safari will tell you, but over a period of time, they may not tell it. I mean, they must be doing it 5-10 times a day, so they can ignore sometimes. So these are small things you could do that to avoid such kind of situations.
Yes.
Thank you.
So as the session was very interesting. All of you liked it. We thank Ramesh sir for being such a good speaker, and we all are benefited by it. So on behalf of all of you, we can questions you can ask him during lunchtime or after the session. You can take sir's number, telephone contact, email. All such things can happen. Don't stop it here. You have to have a two-way interaction with sir, and I'm also not going to leave him. Because so that way, so we'll go on with, we'll continue further. Thank you so much, sir. It was really a very, very insightful, very, very good. Give a big, big clap to Sri Shashi Kumar. Thank you, and thank you very much, sir. The first session has ended. Thank you all.
It's on, no. It's sir, 1 minute, sir, please. Indeed, thank you very much, madam, for chairing this session. And I request madam and our CEO, sir, to present a diary to Shashi Kumar, sir, as a token of our respect. Please, sir. And madam also. Thank you. And we can have a 10 minutes quick tea break, and 12:10 we can start another session. Already speaker is here. And before that, please collect the compendium, abstract compendium at reception. Those who are not signed, please sign it. Okay? So please have a quick tea and come back.
This one you do, okay.
Very good afternoon. And last day's second technical session is chairing by Dr. Lakshmikant HM sir. I request please come onto the stage. Bharat, chair agage. And today's speaker, the main coordinator of this program, Dr. Sejana Jose V. I request Madam to please come onto the stage. It is my honor to introduce this session chair, Lakshmikant HM sir. Lakshmikant HM sir is an expert member, State Environment Impact Assessment Authority, Ministry of Environment, Forest, Climate Change, that is MOES, Government of India, and he is also a former director, Karnataka State Bioenergy Development Board, Government of Karnataka, and also former vice president at Garden City Foundation, Garden City University, and former member, State Environmental Awareness Committee, Karnataka State Pollution Control Board. Sir is also the International Review Board member of the prestigious committees, namely Global Journal of Multidisciplinary Studies, International Institute of Engineers and Researchers, Global Research and Development Service, Universal Researchers in Environmental and also Biological Engineering, Substantial Environmental Engineering and also Renewable Energy, Chemical, Metallurgy and also Environmental Engineering, International Conclave for Science, Technology and Management, and also Biomedical Engineering and Environmental Technology. Sir, specific areas of interest are solid waste management, mass environmental awareness, drive for educational institutions, comprehensive environmental management, air and water pollution, sustainable development. Sir is a TEDx speaker on the topics such as environmental management. He is also the world record winner for organizing and conducted mass environmental awareness drive for educational institutions with the theme Conserve Natural Resources for Future Generations. More than 45,000 students, research scholars and faculty members participated in the mega event across India, and is a recipient of 7 Guinness World Record for 7 yogic poses held at International Yoga Day. Please give him a big round of applause. He is also organized 8 international conferences in several other countries, which includes United Arab Emirates, Nepal, Singapore, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Thailand and also Cambodia. Sir was distinguished speaker and chaired the technical session on sustainable development at Skyline University, Sharjah, UAE. He was plenary speaker for GES Dubai and also Ministry of Education Dubai, International Conference on Emerging Trends in Education. Sir was speaker for European Management Association also. Sir has several national and international awards to his credit. He has addressed many pressing issues of environmental sustainability. So with this brief introduction about Sir, on behalf of KSTM, my own behalf and all of you, RT welcome you sir for chairing this session. And I request you to please introduce speaker of this session, Dr. Sejana Madam.
Yeah, this is a brief introduction about Dr. Sejana Jose V. He is an assistant professor and head of the Department of Travel, Tourism at Mount Carmel College, Bangalore, where she has over 7 years of teaching experience and 2 years of industry exposure. In the tour operation sector, she holds a PhD in tourism management along with MPhil and Masters in Tourism Administration from Christ University, Bangalore. Her research interests span green transportation, sustainable tourism, organizational behavior, artificial intelligence, tourism logistics. Sejana has published several Scopus Index works and contributed to book chapters on sustainable tourism and innovative green practices. Sajan is deeply committed to bridging the gap between academia and the industry, regularly organizing value-added sessions, hands-on workshops, heritage walks, and other initiatives for her students. With passion for sustainable tourism, she mentors students to excel in their career while promoting environmental responsibility and innovation in the tourism sector. Hearty welcome, madam.
Good afternoon, everyone. I thanks for that kind introduction of mine, and I also feel very privileged to have you, sir, as a chairperson for my presentation, and also it's like a double dhamaka and having my guide also here to hear me here for today. Yeah, so today I'm going to present about green transportation, building a greener tomorrow for sustainable ecotourism. So let's first understand what is green transportation. So green transportation is a transportation system which, it's a type of transportation system which has a very low impact on the environment, or I can say even a zero impact on the environment. So that includes electric vehicles, biofuel-based vehicles, hydrogen-based, hybrid-based, public transport, cycle, and even walking is considered to be one of the green vehicle. And you would be thinking why transportation is not so far covered in this 3-day conference, but specifically when we are looking from eco-tourism perspective, and also the pressing issue what we are facing globally, that many reports, articles, and even in the newspaper, we come across issues concerning greenhouse gas emission. And it is sadly found that the conventional mode of transportation is one of the major contributor to the carbon emission globally. And as we can see that, where it is not just impacting and damaging the whole ecosystem, but also affecting the human health. So I would like to discuss a little bit of the statistics where it was found recently in the study that when compared, so when we are talking about the transportation system, there is road transport, there is rail, there is air and freight. And when we do a comparison, as it is mentioned, the road transport takes a major role in contributing towards greenhouse gas emission. Almost, the researchers highlight that almost more than 7,000 million tons of carbon emission is produced from cars, vans, and also from heavy freight vehicles. So that is almost more than 70% is the emission is from the road transport. And that is also a major reason for the air pollution, noise pollution, and that is affecting the human health, the respiratory system. And recently, if you take the medical reports, it says that there is a increase of respiratory issues like bronchitis, asthma, and many more lung issues, which is because of the air pollution which has been emitted. And one of the main reasons is the transportation sector. And why there's a need to, so it's high time that we need to think of alternative mode of transportation, and that's how green transportation is taking a major role and be a future ahead. And even the government is taking a significant initiatives in terms of shifting from conventional to green mode of transportation. So by implementing green transportation, it helps. These are some of the main significant benefits, I can say, that is in reduction of greenhouse gas emission. There would be an improved air quality, energy conservation, and also urban areas where there is more pollution, so I wanted to emphasize that as well. Urban mobility and reduction in traffic congestion, and of course a reduction in the noise pollution by implementing more sustainable based, eco-based vehicles. So this is a brief intro about green transportation and why we need green transportation as a solution for the problems what we are facing in terms of the climate change as well. Now, moving on to the ecotourism. So as we all know, ecotourism is a concept which promotes responsible travel. That's the definition of ecotourism after all. So the concept of ecotourism was introduced to bring in more of responsible travel, involving local community and also engaging and creating awareness about the significance of environment as well as the local community. So when we say ecotourism, it's not just about the ecology what we talk, it is also about the involvement, active participation and involvement of the local community, and educating tourists about the significance of the ecosystem, the environment and the destination. So when I say destination, that also includes the local community and culture there. And UNEP has come up with a set of principles. So there are many more principles. There are almost 14 principles. But I would like to highlight these principles which are being listed by United Nations Environment Program, which has been specifically designed for ecotourism destinations. So some of them are to minimize the negative impact on the nature, to increase on conservation, promoting responsible travel, and also zoning the ecotourism destination. So when we say ecotourism destination, it's not about the tourists are not exposed to the entire zone of the destination. So there is a zonal wise what has been done for ecotourism. There is different zones like outer zone and inter zones and all of that. And tourists are only exposed to the outer zones of the ecotourism destination, and that economic, the profit or the income what has been generated is given back to the nature and to the local community. So that's a real concept of ecotourism. And also, there are other social-based lines which needs to be considered for long-term development, and assessment is very crucial. And also building an infrastructure that has been, developed in harmony with the environment. So these are some of the key guidelines which is being listed by the UNEP for exclusively for ecotourism destination, and that can be achieved by implementing green transportation specifically in ecotourism destinations, since it is highly sensitive in nature. So moving on to my research area. So I had, as part of my research, I tried to understand from the different perspective, again, like, different perspective from tourists, tourism logistics service providers, and government, because they are all the stakeholders of tourism, and they play a major role in one or the other way in policy framing and in the entire operation of the tourism in a destination. So, so firstly, tourist perspective, I wanted to explore and understand what is their interest or what influence in using as a tourist, what makes them to, what motivates them to use green mode of transportation while they are in ecotourism destinations. So I could explore that majority of them. So again, there is an age slab. The older group, because of the physical constraints, they are not very, they are looking at the convenience side more than, but again, they also express the environmental concern. But the mid-age and the youngsters are more adventurous, I would say, and they are also ready to spend more for such initiatives. So price is not a concern for them. They are ready to spend and encourage if such initiatives comes in the ecotourism destination. But however, it is identified that the availability and the convenience of the sustainable options plays a crucial role, and that is not full-fledgedly seen in the ecotourism destination, specifically in Karnataka, I would say, because that was my area of study. And me as a researcher, I was also a tourist while collecting the data. So I made an attempt traveling from Bangalore. That was also an experience. I would take it very positively. So I took a public transport while going. So one of the incident I would like to quote, that was to Bandipur National Park. So I was alone traveling, so I never, got a option to travel alone in my entire life. So that was during my PhD time is when I got that, I would say, chance to travel alone. And I boarded the bus till Mysore, it was all fine. And from Mysore, I took a Ooty bus, and I was traveling. It was not very comfortable for me as a woman, and also a new place and traveling alone. There were a lot of concerns, but still I was very brave, and I wanted to experience as a tourist. If I am relying only on the public transport, what would be the challenges and the gaps? So that was my intention of taking this decision, and did that. So I collected the data from the tourist. While coming back, it was very challenging. So I wanted to come back to Mysore, but for hours of time, I was not able to get a bus. And after almost 2 hours of wait in the bus stand, there was lot of rush. There was no space even to breathe. So that's how I felt. And that is what the tourist also, when I talk about the convenience here, this is what I wanted to bring in to the authorities, that it is not just within the destination, the connectivity also matters a lot. So that which I wanted to highlight. And the next set of stakeholder where I explored is tourism logistics service provider. So when I say tourism logistics service provider, that includes hotels, transport operators, travel agency and tour operators as well, because they directly or indirectly provide vehicle service to the tourists in the destination. So I wanted to understand what are the prospects, their influencing factor, and the real-time challenges facing in terms of bringing such concept in the destination. So, and I could explore that they are very well motivated, I would say. They also are looking forward to contribute to the environmental sustainability, but the real-time challenge what they are facing is the infrastructural gaps. So, and also one more thing what I wanted to highlight is, when I was talking about the green concept of transportation, that was only highlight was the electric vehicle, and they are very less known about the other options as well. So it is only the electric vehicle is being highly promoted among the other options, I would say. And also the limited availability is also another concern and highlight. So infrastructure, most of the charging stations we see in the highways, but 80% of them are not in working condition. And it is not maintained. So that is also discouraging the tourist as well as the service providers to bring in such services in the destination. However, another thing was financial burden. Yes, for the larger companies, it is fine for them to bear the expense because initial investment is huge. Right, so they were able to, like, and I have come across some of the brands where they have only electric vehicles operated only in the urban area and a little bit of the outskirts of Bangalore. So I also targeted them and tried to understand how they're able to operate and not the other operators. So they told that they have their own infrastructure, charging station, which they have set up in some of the space, and that's how they are able to manage it. So again, the larger companies are able to come up with, they are able to accommodate such initiatives, but when it compares to a lower level or a mid-level company, it's a real-time challenge. They say they are highly dependent on the government. So they also, another highlight is there is no exclusive policy in terms of sustainable transportation. So they don't have a guideline as such. So they are telling that they are looking forward for the government support for them to come up with such initiatives. So this is what I could find out from the tourism logistics service providers. And lastly, the government perspective. So again, we have to definitely hear from the government, since they are doing a lot, I would say. And I understood that there are a lot of initiatives and efforts taken from the government. However, they also understand that there is such problems are there, which they are working towards it. And also one thing what they highlighted is that they are looking forward for PPP model, that is private-public partnership. So collaboration, without a collaboration, no such initiative can be successful. And collaboration with the private sectors and especially the local community is very crucial for a long-term success. So I just wanted to, give a So I just wanted to give a roadmap. So from studying from different perspectives of the stakeholders in tourism, that government plays a very crucial role. Everyone have their own constraints to say, but end of the day, government have a major role when it comes to transportation sector. So if a government can come up with an exclusive policy for a sustainable transportation, which would again be able to address certain challenges, real-time challenges, and also in some stages there is a strong support and intervention required in order to achieve a fully sustainable transportation system in these ecotourism destinations. So this is just to show a step-by-step which can be taken forward. So government policy, when I say, that's where research plays a major role. So maybe a research specifically on each ecotourism destination is required, intense research specifically on each ecotourism destination. Why? Because there is a lot of topographical difference when we take different ecotourism destinations. So where we have wild-based, where we have mountain-based, we have coastal-based. So there's a lot of differences in terms of topography when we are looking at ecotourism destination as a whole. So where we need to conduct an intense research taking each of these zones of the ecotourism destination and do a feasibility study, whether it is feasible. So one destination may be able to accommodate, but the other destination may not be able to because it does not support in terms of the topography. So doing a research in terms of understanding what are the influencing factors, how that can be considered as an attraction for the tourist. So, and also how you can involve the local community and what kind of green vehicles can be brought in and to which zone. Within the ecotourism destination, there can be a zone-wise where the outer, they can be on a, let's say like almost when we are looking at the in and around Bangalore, people would love to travel with their own vehicle, so that's more convenient. So we can have a restriction on the private vehicle and provide them a parking space. And from there, we can introduce a green vehicle where you can involve the local community. That again increases the economic development, job generation, and again maybe carpooling, or it can be a bus, or it can be a cycle because youngsters would love to explore in bicycles. And all of this required a good infrastructural facility also to be accommodated. So this can be a research area where we can do an intense research and understand if that is possible or not, and notify the government. And then take it to a stakeholder decision-making meeting where they can discuss about the real-time challenges, what are the prospects, what are the in terms of infrastructure we need to bring in. So all these aspects can be discussed and come up with an agreement with the stakeholders. And of course, as I mentioned, financial and the infrastructure, government plays a very important role where we need a government support in terms of it. And also in involving community, again, government plays a very major role in bringing them as a mediator, I would say, from for the private and for the local community. and at last the government intervention. So in terms of promoting it, sensitizing it, creating awareness, not just in general, but also in the destination. Why? I'm sure that there would be some tourists who would be very unhappy because they have to come out of their convenience and comfort. So their education, creating awareness plays a major role, right? So why this is done, and maybe the technology also plays a very major role. I wanted to emphasize on that as well. We can bring in a software or a technology which shows that how much carbon footprints we are it's producing. So all this can be highlighted in the destination, and I'm sure that the tourist would understand and be convinced to switch to such initiative. And of course, since it's an initial stage, maybe few destinations can be taken as a pilot test. If it is successful, then we can implement in the similar destination. We can also, continuous feedback is very imperative. So it's, if we are looking at scaling up the sustainable transportation, feedback plays a very major role, and a continuous research, because we are, every minute there's a lot of enhancement and changes happening around, so we have to be updated. So this is what I wanted to present. So to conclude, the success of green transportation depends highly on the feasibility, financial backing, infrastructure, and the collaboration and continuous feedback. However, as I mentioned, the government and the other stakeholders and the local community plays a very crucial role, where all of us have to come together to work towards these challenges, to overcome these challenges and scale up the sustainable transportation solutions. Thank you. I'm open for questions.
Thank you, madam. So it was very insightful. So any questions from students? And maybe from guide as well. No questions means like all are interested to go by.
This project has been there, I think, from her entire process of PhD, almost 4 years. And I'm really happy that it has taken a modern. So I'm extremely happy that the scholar now who has completed her study is taking forward and talking and passionately, connected with the topic. And I think it is a lot of positivity which has come in, because she talks about a greener tomorrow, and I hope some policy interventions are looked up, because the action initiatives are wonderful in her thesis. So it's just a compliment for her.
Excellent, ma'am. So any from students?
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the presentation. It was wonderful. I had one question regarding green transport. Since it's a very important factor to bringing ecotourism into a reality space, it's even more important in second and third world countries, which are already facing a lot of global crisis in terms of sustainability and global warming in general. My question is to bring in that initiative. For example, yes, green walking, bicycles are always an option, but people prefer an electric vehicle. That was the first thing that comes to mind, especially here in India at least. How should the government or brands in general tackle with the problem of introducing such vehicles without having to build new factories, which would again contribute to the global warming and also pollution? So how do you think that the government and the brand should work together to tackle this situation?
Thank you for that question, Sadaf. So I just wanted to tell you that first thing is the policy. Only if it is being regulated is when people will also follow. So if there is it's not just enough to just mention or create awareness or to promote that this concept is there, we need to follow. Will register in people's mind, but to act upon it and to take it seriously, we need to regulate such initiatives and have a roadmap that this is why we are doing, and also maybe a penalty charge, I would say. Otherwise, unless we enforce, this is not going to happen. And I'm sure that all the countries are working very hard towards achieving sustainable development goals. And even the lower economy, there are many reports which I have come across. They are working really hard to make it more sustainable. They are coming up with a lot of innovations. So when I say biofuel vehicle as an example, so there are countries who have found that we can make biofuel out of dry leaves, out of sugar cane. So there are a lot of innovations, solar-based vehicles. So I'm sure that will be a future, and regulating it is when people will take it seriously.
Yeah, even just adding to Madam. So anyway, there is abundance of availability of neem, Zetropa. So we have biofuel, but it's in the GKVK campus. We have a demonstration center. I was there as a director for some time. So you can visit, you will get a lot of insight. So like how they will collect the seeds, how they can make the biodiesel. So we have also, during our term, so we were the first lab set up in the country which tests more than 21 parameters. So first lab in the country. So we have all such facilities. So only thing is, see, these are all like, see, when I was a student, so hope all questions are over so that I can just conclude at the end. I don't want to come in between. So any more questions? Not necessary questions, even suggestions as well.
Hello. Yeah. So I would just like you to add this point, that how will you convince the government to invest in all this, because as ma'am mentioned, that only when the regulations take place we can further take steps, as the public will follow the government rules. So as you're talking, I just want you to add that how will you try to convince them, as it will add up to their expense as well, to implement all this.
Yeah, actually, this green sustainability, it's a new concept because I have traveled in many countries. So I have seen before 10 years only. So now we are opening. I mean, if you could just see take the data for the last 5 to 6 years, so there is a tremendous change. If you could see the graph, it's really increasing. So it takes some time. So like, if you are in Bangalore, can you just see like how many, green vehicles were there just two years before? See, now everywhere you can see, if some 10 vehicles are there, at least 1 or 2 you can see, EV vehicles. So it will take some time. And now, as far as the policy is concerned, so after in our impact assessment authority, so now we have made while we are issuing the environment clearance from Ministry of Environment and Forest, so we are the authority to even delete if it is not necessary. We can also include in the interest of public and environment as well. So now we have added so we will be issuing an environment clearance for more than any project which comes for more than 20,000 square meters, including private universities, then quarries, then pharmaceutical industries, mining, huge commercial complexes or huge construction complexes, such for example, Brigade, Salarpuria, so the big construction companies so far. So now, since last 6 months after I have taken charge, so we are adding a class in that. So when you are before, giving it to customers, handing over to customers, so you need to have a proportionate number of charging stations in-house, not just only for the parking space. So after that only we will issue. So it's taking some time. So you cannot expect everything overnight. So things are happening in India. So hope we will. So end of the day we need to reduce the carbon footprint, both as well as individual at the institution level. So because it's not just government work. See, I was an activist at the student age. So then I worked in so many institutions. So now I am sitting in the government authority. So I can understand all 360 degree, as an activist, as a student, as a researcher, as a faculty member, as in working in some labs. So it's always, easy to blame government, but government will have its own restriction, because end of the day what will happen, if you are having too many stringent policies, so then you will get lot of cries from the public as well. So then without thinking, without any public consultation, you must have done that. So things are happening now. So that is one good thing for, especially for Bangalore, because if you are once outside Bangalore, means you won't face all these issues. These are all basically urban issues. So even without EV vehicles, if you are going just, if you cross another 60 kilometers away from Bangalore, you never think about pollution and traffic congestion as well. So these are all and especially Bangalore is a metropolitan city, and whoever comes for the Bangalore, they will never go back. So they will bring people. So not only from within India, but also from other countries. So it's so for any city, if you are going to other side, outside countries, so they always think that so how my city or my, country would after 50 years, after 5 decades. So we don't have like that. So when you are having on Vijayanagar means, so they thought it will take another 25 years to cover that area. So within span of 5 years only all houses used to come up. So the place where I am staying close to Bangalore University campus, so nothing was there, just some 20 years back. Now it's completely this thing. So if you go towards, Whitefield area, I don't know, I'm just thinking how people will stay in that area for such a long time. So these are all urban issues. So only thing is we should also think, see as Madam was mentioned, so it's connecting, interconnection of these things. So both public, government, policy level, and also users and manufacturers as well. So they all are having a different roles and different responsibilities. When all came together, so then only things will happen. We can expect some change. Otherwise, there is no point in keep on curbing and or just passing the bucks on other side.
So thank you, sir, for your wonderful insights on this new technology. Conclude.
So let me just conclude, madam. So madam's was, it was very wonderful presentation, very insightful. And as far as, she was mentioning about the collaborations. See, collaborations with the government. So now there is something called, I think you must have heard about CSR, Corporate Social Responsibility. So now there is one more class called CER, Corporate Environment Responsibility. That is a new thing it came. So CSR means gifting this phone or table or anything will become distribution to the society or the community, it will become CSR. CER means Corporate Environment Responsibility. You need to spend specifically for the environmental issues. So any projects, so 2% they have to, minimum they have to spend. See, so far nothing happened. So far nothing happened, no one has asked. See, after I came here, so I have recommended more than 85 crores for CER for Bangalore alone. Not outside Bangalore alone, apart from this thing. So there is a lot of scope. So why I am saying, madam is very, she has taken a lot of pain for going to Ooty, coming back during her PhD studies. So if she can take up for some kind of a small study, engaging your PG students or UG students, really what is the need of the green transportation. So what are the challenges faced by the manufacturers as well as the users, and how it will be useful for the students and also for the universities. If you could have that one, means definitely I can help with CR as well. Forget about CR, even with my individual level I can do that one. So that is it. So with this I will conclude this. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. Your generous compassion towards these green technologies. And I request you to please present a diary of Madam. It's a token of our respect. Thank you, Madam, for your insightful talk on green transportation. Now I request our CEO, Dr. M. Ramesh sir, to present a diary of Lakshmikant sir as token of our respect. Thank you very much, sir, for chairing this session. Now immediately I request Dr. Kavi Madam chairing this session, and Professor Bindi Madam, please come on to the stage. This is the last session of free lunch. We have today Dr. Bindi Varghese Madam, and this session is with an academic background, BS, MP Technology, and PhD and also Madam has inspired countless undergraduate across plastic cover award presented international conferences, garnered, sorry, and collecting her expertise and passion for her field. Her commitment to nurturing future scholars is evident through her guidance of students. Dr. Kavi has successful grants and projects focusing and also education to knowledge. Also organize conference, webinar, awareness, creativity, or expose demonstrate to positive
intervention of a destination management organization to enhance competitiveness as an strategic point to improve of published in Siam Press, Taylor and Fisher Group, international publisher in US, and released in 2018. Apart from the academic journal, Dr. Bindi also writes leading newspapers and travel magazines in tourism and hospitality. We are very much grateful to have you here today, ma'am. It's over to you.
Can you check? Is there anything that's visible? You can just try this. I will start off. Yeah. Very good afternoon to all. It's always overwhelming to see the young audience who are somewhere connected with travel, tourism, and hospitality. Sorry for the technical glitch. It's taking some time. Meanwhile, I thought I'll start speaking on the area which is given to me by the esteemed panel. And I've been in academics for almost 22 years now. So every phase of the academic journey is definitely rooted through research and a lot of initiatives what we take in our routine activities, connecting with the young minds like you who make a brighter future tomorrow. So it was overwhelming to hear the previous speaker who set the tone in line with the context of this conclave what the organizers have put in. So to me, when I looked at a couple of areas, it was one of the brilliant idea to have ecological surveillance and connect it with leisure management. So this is something which I feel, taking away from the next stage of what Dr. Sajna was saying, that as responsible citizens, sensitizing our public sector, making people aware about what are the nuances of the large scale of issues and challenges which can come in future. It's very important to see some of the factors wherein we have to take it from some kind of consciousness. I would say it is a sensitization which is brought in which we would find how we've been oriented and rooted, because it's a very much pressing concern these days. And then I bring in the next aspect of it as leisure management, because when I look at leisure, it is more got to do with how people look at destinations, enjoy, come to a very comfortable space of moving out from the usual work. Now, two different disconnected ends we are trying to map together, primarily because there is a huge discourse assessment over there, and it's very important that today we connect these two so that the nexus will build a better tomorrow for future. So taking from here, as you get to see over here, what we've generally find is we've brought in the UN 17 SDGs here. They have become more or less like a trend now that every program is connected with the SDGs. But then bigger, larger regulatory forums have identified a set of factors which becomes very, very iterative for a younger generation like you to see that somewhere down the line, anything what we initiate is connecting those 17 factors as predominant factors. Many more can come in, but these factors will help us have a better future for tomorrow, considering harmonization over confrontation. So we are all in a phase where we confront, there's so much traffic, there's so much of pollution, our roads are not very great, we have facilitators who need to look into it. These are all our confrontations. Nothing wrong, we pay taxes, we are tax-paying citizens of the country, we have strong issues. But somewhere down the line, a little more effort which is taken is that harmonization, which is very important to consider the environmental setting where we belong to. That is where surveillance comes in place, regulatory frameworks come in place, sustainable orientation, environmental consciousness come in place. All of them will help us to have a resilient ecosystem which comprises of all stakeholders, people like you, me, public sector, all other non-governmental bodies, advocating bodies, all of them which basically looks at building a resilient economy so that we have a lesser amount of contribution in terms of wastages or the context of a circular economy. So having said all this, we have different mindsets when we look at tourism or when we look at community who survive in a touristic destination. We acknowledge the fact that there is a lot of tremendous ecological pressure, whether tourists bring in or the facilitators bring in or people like you and me bring in. We contribute in some or the other way, directly or indirectly, a lot of ecological pressure which is brought in. Now, primarily when you see that it is a most integral factor that we try to build an ecosystem which will try to look into the impacts, nitty-gritties, and then come out with solutions or at least suggestive factors that we are sensitized about it, we are conscious about it, and EIA is a big ocean itself, environmental impact assessment process, the very expensive process which a country, if seriously it has to integrate it. So it's very important that we look into the scientific aspects, but at the same time, what is that which can take us to build a sustainable context in the development, planning, all those initial phase where you are trying to build urbanization. So apparently the urban space, what the previous chairperson of the session was talking about, that cities have evolved, growth and development is massive. Very rural part of the cities have become the core of the cities. Now all of this is compelling us to think that the nitty-gritties of sustainable development needs to weave into it so that these kind of issues are kind of addressed at some point of time. Now, some of the factors which makes us, very reflective in nature, policies and praxis in place, which gives us an open space to think about, understanding the discourse analysis so that you will talk about how destinations has to evolve from there, the big, large open space of tourists who are there, who have all the right because they spend the maximum money to reach out there to enjoy the amenities and facilities. All this becomes a matter of concern when we look at how is the ecological pressure building up. That is where surveillance comes in. So one of the thought, we have been reading, sustainability is there since I think almost 2 decades. When I was doing my master's also, sustainable tourism existed, but we never thought then sustainable development fee can be something which a public sector can think about because tourists should contribute towards it. The nature you and me enjoy, I definitely want my children to experience and enjoy, which all of us believe that this is for the future generations. So somewhere down the line, some kind of framework is very important so that we have strong policies and praxis and a reflective engagement so that we address all of these issues to its best and say that, yes, we are in a sustainable manner looking at our resources, be it energy efficiency, be it talking about EV vehicles, be it green transportation mechanisms. All this is basically to conserve and preserve the kind of tremendous pressure we have seen last so many decades. I can't say that, 40 decades, 40 years, 50 years. So many decades this has been round and about, intruding into the spaces of the environment because people mean business. The context of sustainability has become a fashion apparently 2-3 decades back. We don't mind going and staying in a treetop We don't mind staying in something which is very eco-friendly. But apart from that, what is it that your contribution goes in terms of navigating the rules, regulations, framework in place so that it's easy for the governance to take shape. This makes us look into history. I'll not go into the history because I'm sure people, if you are connected with tourism, you would know. We had the Brundtland's report, which looked at a humanistic angle of materializing tourism and preserving nature. Preserving nature was not for the nature's good, but largely it was for the people's good so that they experience and enjoy the best of it. But then from there, the conclaves and conferences and multiple avenues which is gone. Today, we are at a point that we are thinking what our 2030 and 2050 will look like. Extremely difficult for places like Delhi, where new infants are struggling. Almost every house a child is born has a tendency to develop 40 to 50% higher chances of lung issues. Why? Because we know what is the cosmic changes brought in and has comfort level of us has brought in. So in the last 2-3 decades, we've been talking about carpooling and all that, step out of our comfort zones. The issues was Dr. Sajna faced when she was on her data collection as a solo traveler looking into public vehicles. All of this is something which will cost a little of human effort. So connecting the history and currently where we are seeing, I think 20 years back when I was a student, we talk about all of this. I could not imagine 20 years down the line, this is how families will suffer. Children will suffer. Environmental degradation means this quantum of harsh effects. So the scientific way to put across a lot of issues are to bring in regulations, policies, all that. So basically, the surveillance need to be extensively important while we look at sustainability as a global agenda. This takes us to understand the urban setting. This makes us to understand the techno-enabled environmental system. Today we call it green tourism, today we call it soft tourism. The green transport mechanisms, all of it is basically for the future to create a fusion where we have the urban conveniences in place, the sustainable models in place, and thereby we have a framework in place so that governance become easy, administrative aspects become easy, so that there's quality of environmental outcome. Very easy to put across and stand over here and say that there's these volume of issues, but what is it that we are technically looking at? Why are our young generations looking at migration? Migration to various countries because they say that quality of life is high. Quality of life in every aspect is high. Be it traffic, be it quality of what you consume, be it quality of the policies in place, be it the quality of taxes they pay, but there is a correlation of every of these aspects. It's very sad to see larger spaces are losing out this brain drain problem because our younger generation finds interest in some other place. Maybe we should work towards building a great infrastructure which is eco-sensitized and create an ambience for people to remain here, to be attracted towards your own roots, because that's where most important your people are here, your comfort zones are here, and most important, you find quality of life where you live. So these are a set of things, multiple things came in my mind. I actually wanted to come without a presentation, but then I was told that it's good to have a PowerPoint presentation. But then having said that, these are some of the factors we should be pondering around. So these are quick actionable areas which can come in place. You would find importance of a sustainable consumption and production pattern in place. So the SEP will lay down foundation, which would be easier for people to look at, collaborators to look at what should be the framework, what should be the prototype which you want to bring in, what should be a design understanding you want to bring in, so that there is a scientific aspect to it, and thereby the quality of life becomes more enhanced while anybody who's looking into sustainable orientation understands these fundamentals. A lot of things are there here which talks about a little bit about investment, financing. All of it is basically not going to be least economic. It is expensive. As I said, EIA as a process is a very, very expensive process. countries don't afford because there's a thorough research and evaluation done. There are tribunal committees being formed, there are investigations held that what is the causing or pressing concern and what kind of punitive measures you are supposed to devise and then come out with protocols and policies and plans, etc. So it's not easy to articulate it into a regular routine affair when a complaint is raised or when a concern is poised. Most important factor is to have a mechanism by which we can be just more conscious, and a good regulatory framework will help us have our leisure management and other factors more sensible and effective. I think as responsible tourists, we would love to go to a place which actually drains our mental pressure and then makes us more connected with the destination, for which I have paid a huge volume of money on transport, on accommodation, on other activities which I engage in. This whole process of investment becomes meaningless if I'm not able to give that quality of experience for the tourist. And they would say that yes, India is expensive. India is actually an expensive touristic destination. But at the same time, quality of life is always a concern. So that is the end of tourism when we put this idea into the brains, saying that, tourism is drastically correlated with the quality of life tourist experience. That is where we should have a strong framework of surveillance, planning, ecological evaluations, etc., so that that quality of life can be retained and people have that engagement and experience aspect quite strong. This is, I think it's a diagram which may be very difficult to see the inner circle. I will just read out. It talks about resource efficiency. This is actually a blueprint of your experience plan. You have your management angle in the outer layer. You have your basic factors, which is very important for you to travel as a tourist. You have all the fundamentals there. And then when you look at measures which you do to improve on your resource efficiency, it's very, very integral that you work on quality of energy efficiency. So of late, in the last 4-5 years, a lot of researchers are there which is making us think on the ideology of circular economy, so that there's nothing which is to be eradicated, which is going as a waste, which is not in a recyclable manner. So that thought will help us to understand a value chain for a traveler, a value chain for an administrator, for a community, for all the stakeholders, which gives us a perspective about how tourism planning can be given with much more thrust. So this is where we are. I think most of our investors, the private investors, will look at their business with this ideology. And this is not a new concept now, because in the last 3-4 years, myself and my scholars also have done a lot of work on circular economy. It's very important that every single aspect is in a recyclable manner. And there is a lot of thrust on how do you want to process and create value aspect to build a resilient system. This will help all of the active participants and stakeholders in tourism to engage well, to connect well, to think about quality aspects very well, and build a system which is mutually enjoyable. This takes me to relook the way leisure management has to be looked at. Rethinking tourism, some years back, UN identified this as one of the important patterns to look at their World Tourism Day celebration. Yes, it's very iterative that we have to relook the way tourism has to be looked upon. Rethink the way you can devise a very in sustainable business model. It should work for the entrepreneurs, it should work for the businessmen, it should work for the administrators, because they deal with much more complexities. It's easy to put across a blame, but then it's not easy to put across some kind of insights on their pedagogical factors. What do they do? How they should carry it forward? So policy interventions are here, role of private sectors are here, role of financing tourism is here. Now, where do we start? How do we look at it? We have the knowledge. I went back to history to show you where is Brundtland's report thinking about at that phase of time, and the various conferences which happened globally. And then today, what are we trying to rethink the way tourism is to be? So knowledge repository is there, build knowledge from there, revamp and relook at the way in which you want to see your future tomorrow. Most important, empower your stakeholders so that their jobs are more easier. It's more effective and articulative, very practical than being theoretical. and then inspire them to act so that you and me get the benefit of a beautiful setting in which tourism can be operated. Again, because we are academicians and we can't move away from research, so it gives us a, some kind of blueprint of methodology. How do we have to relook at it? What is the role of academicians and researchers? Very important factor is to look at ideal context in which success is mapped in the past. Try to see if it fits into your context and see there is a result which can be possible. So pedagogy, if you see, the method, if you see, it's very important to see cross-case assessment. It's very important to see from an individual level to a larger picture. And from there, we build up case studies, we work on that, we come out with caselets. We actually go on field to understand what are our ethnographic mindset to look at samples and people, their behavioral aspects, and what brings out a planned behavior. So this is not very easy because it goes in a very sequential model. Step 1, step 2, step 3. So from a micro perspective, if you see, we should be sensitized about what will be done, what should be done, what is most ideal. We say that quality of environment should be very ideal, traffic should be very controlled, things should move faster. There can be much more systemic mechanisms by which we have services being enjoyable. So first factor is to look into these nitty-gritties which tell us what is that we have an ideal context. Then we evaluate what will be done, what is that you and me can look at it, what is that our administrators can look at it, good governance policy, what does it talk about. So it's from a micro level to a bigger level, a meso level. A meso level gives this idea about how do we look at everybody's satisfaction level, because you can't have any of these stakeholders very unhappy with the policy in a democratic country like ours. This leads us to the last phase, that what will be observed. This tells us a much more larger picture where we have policy frameworks in place, systemic approach to look at everything. Logic and reasoning becomes more easier, and this is the method in which you can rethink tourism. Going ahead, I will not take much time here because it's all there very clear. Step 1, we need to know what and where we have to conceive the ideology of future. We need to have a time frame in terms of how do we carry forward development. We need to have methods in place which tells us the pedagogy. What is that we can do to create a scientific intervention with plans, policies, activities, research, etc. And lastly, supplementary knowledge, which helps us to think that yes, good leadership is there, good knowledge theories are there, good energy efficient mechanisms are there, and we have all that what is commonly enjoyable by people in place. I'm not sure this is very familiar to you all, because this takes us back to some of the older theories which has been there for a long time. Bottom-up spillover theory, which has got more to do with satisfaction level, cutting across to any discipline. Second is the stakeholder theory, which talks about, again, the satisfaction level of the people who are connected with, and then coming out with a theory of planned behavior to build knowledge, to build scientific mechanisms by which you have something in practice. This takes me to my last slide, that this is what we aspire for, and there has to be a lot of integration on companies who come forward for green, energy efficient systems, a good ecosystem in place which can be very techno-savvy in nature, which can be mutually effective so that you can have a highest amount of engagement level of people without losing the real sense of the environment and nature. Then we have the public sector who play a big, huge role, being administrators or leaders or the most important people whom we look up to or we sought when there is a crisis and concern. Largely international organizations, which gives us theoretical framework, regulatory framework, bodies which comes in place like UN, WTO, etc. Donor community who play a win-win situation because everybody needs their pocket full, businesses need to prosper, ideology of good ideal context is well appreciated, but at the same time the community is in a win-win situation. And lastly, travelers who should aspire to continue travel and enjoy the kind of experience what they want to see, for which they pay a supreme cost. So we should not take it very light while we say all this. So these are just some thoughts which came in my mind while we talk on these kind of context of deliberations where we think ecology is important, sustainability is important. Leisure and tourism is very, very significant and important. And I think I have a very diverse audience here. I'm not really sure about your backgrounds, but if you're not connected with tourism, this is something which is a common man's language. Thank you so much. Any questions? Anybody? Questions, suggestions, remarks? Open? Yes.
Hi ma'am, thank you so much for the presentation. It is very insightful. I'm Sadaf, I'm from Mount Carmel College and I come from a history and tourism background. So my question to you is, where do you see ecotourism evolving in the next decade? And what do you think, according to you, should stakeholders, what strategies should stakeholders adopt right now in order to protect ecotourism and, to prevent resource scarcity in the ecotourism arena? I want to know your thoughts.
So I'm very glad a tourism student is asking this question. So this is something which we've been reflective in the last 3 decades, that sustainability is a new trend, new future. So my experience itself is 22. And then when you go back and see how sustainability has evolved, it will be a responsible way to look at behavior. Maybe we can say we'll take it from that planned behavior theory. It will be a planned behavior by the stakeholders, by the tourist. Everybody is sensitized. I'll become conscious. Have you observed when a traveler goes to an international country, they never dare to discard any trash, they will keep it in their handbag. And it's very easy for us because it is India, chalta hai, right? So it's a responsible thought, which I think today's school is doing a brilliant job to sensitize children. We see that most of the kids are talking about, keep the trash with us, we'll go and discard home. So these are some thoughts which is where we should look at. We cannot predictively say, we can do a predictive assessment of the demand and bring in statistics and assessments here, but then it will be a more sensitized way because by then things would have been really worst as we experience in place like Delhi because things have gone, because it comes on the health. Taking from there, if you find that circular economy is something which is picking up, we never know after some time what kind of new methods which researchers would ponder around and look at. But currently, everybody these days at least think that the minimum waste goes out of my home is my best policy ever. So how do you look at recycling? How do you make yourself self-sufficient? How do you convey to the outside world and make them reflective about energy efficiency? It's not about doing the best and reduce the waste, but then what is the best alternative to look at it? And I'm sure researchers in future will do much more work on this so that we'll discuss and deliberate then. I hope I have addressed your question. Yes, I have a question behind.
Yeah, I'm Shashi Kumar. Thanks for the great presentation and the frameworks you had suggested. I have a question now. There's a buzzword called over-tourism. And how will this surveillance models help avoid over-tourism? That is my first question. The second, alluding to the slides what you presented, what are the data collection mechanisms? Is there any platform approach to collect this data so that it can be done in a very, organized, holistic way?
Thank you for that question. So primarily this was a very conceptual presentation. I've not done any data collection per se for it. But when we look at over-tourism, this is something which is very pressing for destinations which are not facing over-tourism. The destinations which are facing over-tourism is much more deeper in trouble because they have to devise measures by which their policies and frameworks become more, I would not say very strict, but then yeah, they should be conscious. They will implement sustainable development fee. So if you want to come down to my place, it's at my terms. That should be the ideology for destinations who should attract people. It takes a lot of guts for places to say that you will practice tourism at our ideology. And I've seen in Karnataka very well practiced by the Coorg destination because it's a lot of bold decisions the administrators, the local communities do. I've even heard the experience that people come almost from drive down to Coorg because they've discarded something there. They've been informed, the community's responsible citizenship, you see, that they've informed the people here, they were made to go back, travel all the way to pick that trash. Not that the community could not do that, but they wanted to give this kind of strong remarks to its people. So it's very important that, it's very difficult for people to pay, why should I contribute to the sustainable development fee? But if you start practicing, if a country thinks that we are in an over-tourism situation, we should look at some of these strong measures like this that some of the countries have imbibed already. It's not a new idea. But then, tourism to be practiced at the community and the region's demand, because the vulnerabilities are faced by the people there. Now for a developing or a pro-tourism place, they also should be conscious about, because they should not land up in trouble where they have to take up harsh measures. There can be a quasi-public-private synthesis which can be brought in so that people become more conscious on what is it that they want to have their brighter future for. So I think my current research scholar who's doing a study in the context of Udaipur is doing this. So Udaipur is not, she is doing on the water aspect of it and quality of life. But what is most interesting is that it is not an over-tourism place. But the thought and the vision for the scholar also is to ensure that there will not be a crisis because someday it will be most aspired, because Rajasthan is generally a very touristic destination. I hope I have addressed your question, sir.
Myself, Dr. Raghavendra. My question is, feasibility in sustainable tourism comes at the cost of what?
That's it, sir. Comes at the, to me, it is my personal opinion, to me it comes at the cost of all stakeholders. A community who has nothing got to do with tourism also is an equal participant, because they have to demonstrate a responsible action. So forget the factor, the amount of effort required from somebody who's doing and practicing tourism to the government who have rules there, who is a practicing stakeholder. But to me, it is everybody who makes an equal contribution. It's only a responsible citizenship which helps us to look at a sustainable view.
Pretty hard thing to do.
Very hard, but somewhere down the line, I think we can practice it once we have a cost involved in it. Have you ever observed, I think the students should say, anything which comes on free is not a high value for us. If you start paying from your pocket for it, this is something which I should be very careful about. I should be very conscious about. So I think it is important for stakeholders to create revenue out of all this so that people are more sensitized. And if it is a sensitized economy, we don't have issues and concerns.
So it should be the right education to people towards sustainability.
Yeah, I think schools are doing a great job because we see it in children these days.
Thank you.
I think I had a question somewhere here. Yes. Thank you, ma'am.
Just one question here. Like as you said, leisure management. So ecotourism and leisure management are two opposite coins, they say. So what is your take on this?
So that is where I thought I should not speak much on leisure, because leisure can come only when you are gratified, you are satisfied. I'm happy, I'm contented. But what is the bigger side of the paper is that we are talking about surveillance, we're talking about control, we're talking about regulatory factors. So these are way too disconnected factors, but it's very important that in the midst of so many issues, environmental degradation, ecological issues, environmental concerns, it's very important to think about leisure. So as a practitioner, I keep saying that, medical will do, because as long as people are alive, medical sector will have business, tourism also will have business, because people want to go for validation of their contentment. They like going down to places, putting some energy, effort, time, everything into it. So they are disconnected, but it's very important that you have contentment and satisfaction, then only leisure has a real sense of knowledge.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So it's not a question, madam, just a suggestion. So I think you must have read in the newspaper and this thing, so we are generating more than 15 lakh crores every year from tourism. But still it is less, like if you ask me. So it is a field where it is still untapped. So second thing is, like, as far as like practices are concerned, so if I am not doing at home, how can you expect I will be more responsible at the tourist places? It's not. So it is most responsibility of the education institutions to give more awareness for the students, not only for the students but also faculties as well. Because when I was there in one of the, national conference where like this all government officials were there. So they were all attending a program for solid waste management segregation. So first thing I asked, can you just let me know how many of you are segregating at your home? So hardly out of 100, 4 are raised. So what is the point of having such program? So it is basically like individual responsibility is more important as well as institution. So institution will play a very big, very important role in shaping the students. Not only just giving lectures, not just taking them for tour, not just taking them for the lab, or ask them to write some research papers or giving some presentations. No. Apart from there is a bigger role, so they should play. So that's what I can say. Thank you.
I think that sums it all, that what we are talking about, being inclusive about everything. Thank you so much, sir.
Interesting session, ma'am. Usually when we are in two different poles, I'm a science faculty or arts faculty. Whenever we discuss chemistry, my God, it is very difficult, they'll say. And in fact, I was talking with Sijan, I said, I don't understand anything about tourism, but these 3 days is really enlightened. And in fact, we are discussing it is an interdisciplinary subject. As you mentioned, ma'am, when we travel, we could see no plastic zone, but there only many plastics will be there. So when I see these two terms like ecology and surveillance, for me as a science faculty, ecology is research. See how tourism people is also working on it to put back. Maybe it's not there like, okay, I will tell the site like go visit, it will be nice, so making money. Not only that, they are also taking lot of pleasure to do research and bringing up lot of information to the society. So those who are working on it, that will reach the government as well as they will make it as a policy. That is a very interesting title today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you to the organizer for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I would like to thank Dr. Bindi Varghese madam and Dr. N.S. Kaviyarsi madam for chairing and taking this technical session on behalf of KST and on behalf of all the delegates present here. Thank you very much once again. I request Dr. Lakshmikant sir to hand over token of memento to Dr. Bindi madam and Dr. N.S. Kaviyarsi. Thank you, sir. Now we will have a quick lunch break. By 2:15 we will assemble here. Post lunch we will be having a panel discussion followed by valedictory function. Thank you. The projector off ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು photo.
ಊಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ
ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ ಏನೇನು ಬೇಡ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬೇಡ ಇವರಿಬ್ಬರು ಡೀಲ್ ಬಂದಿರಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತು ಬರ್ದೇನೆ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡಪ್ಪ.
ಫಾರ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಜಸ್ಟ್
ಇಲ್ಲ
Good afternoon, respected participants and delegates who are sitting here. After hot and sumptuous lunch, so this is a congenial auditorium with AC, you can aramse sleep. But we won't let you to sleep because we have eminent speakers here for panel discussion. Of course, we had 2.5 days marathon discussion on ecotourism by different personalities, and KST isn't just like an heart. They will invite all experts from different organizations, including private entrepreneurs and scientists from many institutions. So this is a good opportunity, especially for the students, to come over here and get the knowledge and interact with eminent personalities, get in touch with them, and you can go ahead in your lifetime. And with the permission of panel members, I would like to mention here regarding promotion of ecotourism. Don't take it politically. This present government has announced freebies, including free transportation for ladies, and they are giving 2,000 rupees for ladies. So especially in rural areas, what is happening? When they announced, so all ladies from the village background, they started going in KSRTC buses and they started visiting all these temples and other places. So whether it is a good part or negative, see, economically it may be negative to the government to run the government, but tourism point of view, it is a good, and some instances I saw in Instagram shoots, and especially in rural background, ladies, even now we have a culture that ladies will ask money for transport, bus fare and all with the husband. So now there is a situation, even they don't care for their husband. Oh, go to hell, I am going, because everything is free. If you go to Dharmasthala, food is free, accommodation is free. Just peanuts, 250 rupees and 100 rupees you are getting accommodation, you can stay. So indirectly I will thank government of Karnataka for doing that in terms of ecotourism, means tourism, not in terms of economically. So with this brief this thing, myself Vijay Kumar, I am working as a senior technical officer in Central Inland Fisheries Research Institution. You know ICAR, we had our great guru, Padma Shri awardee Dr. S. Ayyappan sir. He was our Director General and there, ICAR. So with his leadership, fisheries has come up with leap and bounds, and we have 8 institutions. So you know, compared to all other sectors, fisheries annual growth rate is almost 10%. If you take agriculture and other things, it is somewhere between 6 and 8%, and fisheries we are leading. That's why last our Pradhan Mantri, Mr. Modi ji has given some 20,050 crores to develop fisheries in all over India. So with this, I would like to welcome Dr. Jagdish Godiyal sir, Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Presidency University, Bengaluru, to chair this panel discussion session. I won't introduce because it takes a lot of time, because all are eminent personalities. So next I would like to welcome Dr. Prabhakar Sangurmut sir, former Executive Director, Hatti Gold Mines. Welcome sir. Dr. Anila Thomas madam, please welcome madam. Associate Professor and Head, Department of Tourism and Travel Management, Jyoti Nivas College, Bengaluru. Dr. Helen Rosalina madam, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Environmental Science, Mount Carmel College, Bengaluru. Dr. Raghavendra Krishna sir, Associate Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, Jyoti Institute of Technology. Dr. B.S. Arish, Assistant Professor, College of Horticulture, Bengaluru. Oh, okay, it's not over. So now I'll request the chairman of this panel discussion session, Dr. Jagdish Godiyal sir, to take over. Please, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. So, I have been entrusted with a greater responsibility. Tourism and ecotourism. Ecotourism is a very fancy word. Okay. We learn a lot theoretically, but when it comes to implementation, execution part, we lack our will. All these things is will. Now we have an eminent panelist. Okay. So, Dr. Anil Thomas Madam, Dr. Prabhakar Sangurmat sir, Dr. Helen Rosalyn Madam, and Dr. Raghavendra. So, I request each one of them, they can have 5 minutes, hear their opinion, what is this ecotourism is all about, what is going on at present, what they expect in future, and also whether only government can do it or whether we as citizens, what is our role and responsibility, and theoretically role and responsibility, practically role and responsibility, and we talk about pre-babies, and don't say it's pre-babies only. You know, when we have pre-babies, nobody take care of that, isn't it? So actually how it exactly impact the overall economy and also the tourism, as a tourism. Now I go in a sequence. If Dr. Raghavendra is ready, so there is no question of small and big speaker, sir. Yeah, okay. Okay. Then I'll ask the senior most person, Dr. Prabhakar Sangurmat sir. Okay, sir.
Honorable Chairman, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, teachers, and my dear young friends. It's really a very interesting day for me, especially coming to KSTH to me like coming to the temple. After a long period of under stress and strain working in industry, I feel very peacefully here to come over here. Whenever they invite, I feel more happy. And coming to the present topic of ecotourism. Tourism is a very our favorite subject. We all know any holiday comes, whenever we'll see the calendar, we'll always plan for the tourists. So main thrust areas towards tourism are religious tourism, ecotourism, agri-tourism, adventurous tourism, cultural tourism, heritage tourism, rural tourism, wellness tourism, weekend gateway tourism. So, other things we do not know. These are all the main areas. So, for a while, I will take you to some other areas, that is a mining tourism and geotourism. Now, coming to some statistics. The World Tour and Travel Tourism Council, WTTC, revealed that in 2018, travel and tourism accounted for a 10.4% of the global GDP, and 319 million jobs have been given an opportunity. It is a global statistics. The travel and tourism contributes 9.2% in Indian GDP. Coming to the Karnataka. Karnataka has seen an immense growth in domestic tourism visits from 36.7 millions in 2006 to 215 millions in 2018. Now we do not know what is the strength in 2024 because now only Prayagraj is the example. The state attracts, Karnataka state attracts nearly 12% of the overall domestic tourists visits in India, placing in a third amongst the Indian states. In fact, in first one will be the Tamil Nadu, second will be the Andhra Pradesh, third will be the UP. We will be the third. Karnataka tourism sector contributed 14.8% of the state's gross domestic product, GSTB, and provided over a 30 lakh jobs. And now coming to the mining tourism. Overall, other tourisms have been discussed from the last 2 days very systematically. Now coming to the mining tourism. For a while, I am to take youngsters to the mining tourism means KGF film. Most of you might have seen it. So mining tourism and geotourism sites are the rare and unique geological and geomorphological significance, have the geomorphological, mineralogical and paleontological and stratigraphic and natural caves, etc. will be there in this one. Some of the geoheritage sites are disappearing due to quarrying, urbanization, industrialization. Hence, mining and geoheritage sites are to be protected and conserved. You name the mineral, it is available in Karnataka except coal and lignite and gas. Almost all the minerals of the periodic table are available here. So we are mining. Sometimes mining will be suspended because of the non-viability. So all those areas has to be converted as a mining tourism sites. Why mining tourism? to make our citizens and students aware of the wonders of the planet Earth and its history importance, to make the people realize the importance of mining and geoheritage and its preservation and conservation, to create a improve infrastructure, enhance a local business and economy, to help the local population to prosper a sense of pride in the geoheritage present in their backyard. Karnataka has got a 35 mining, tourism and geoheritage sites and national geological monuments for protection and maintenance. Just I'll give you the two examples. Everybody has heard about a Gadag Kappad Gudda. There is a very good gold deposits in that area we have explored. Equally, it is an eco-sensitive area and very good medicinal plants are there. And I worked in the Wayanadu Nilambur area, Kerala. There are 41 gold mines. In fact, first gold mining I started in Wayanadu Nilambur area. Whatever the landslides have happened recently, there I worked. The team which I worked has gone now. They have become on the history. The people have interviewed me that way. Now again we are doing the lot of investigations and all, again geoheritage, tourism sites and all those things. In fact, because of the very good Malabar regions, their mining could not start, then the team has shifted to KGF. From KGF, other gold mining and other activities have been started. So like that one, there is so many things are there. Geo-tourism hub and geo-industrial park to be developed in Karnataka, especially around Hatti, Chitradurga, Kolar goldfield areas. These are all known for the ecological and social cultural diversity. The geo parks has to be developed there. Geo tourism and themes has to be developed there. This will help for the next generation to understand the history and mining activities in that area. Especially in other countries, Australia, America, USA, South Africa, there are very old mines have been developed. Even in the underground mines which you have developed, there only they have made the hotels in Africa. Like that, there is a lot of scope. Now in our country also, there is now this has been taken in good shape, especially this geotourism and all. For that thing, especially now coal fields of India in Maharashtra, they have developed it. And there is a strong proposal in Karnataka also to consider the KGF to start as a mining tourism center. And in Africa, Canada and China also it has been developed very well. And these places have a tourism potential which will generate a local employment in a remote place of the state. Security maintenance of geo-heritage sites will generate a local employment also. So the main things is that one, there is a lot of scope for the research work also in this area to do the further research activities in this area. To achieve the ecotourism, etc. goals, the industry may need a strong foundation and supervise the supportive environment for this thing. So for this thing, number one is required is a progressive policies. Second is incentives, development guidelines, SOPs, fast track clearance. This is very important. Fast track clearance, single window clearance, and appropriate partnership, inter-agency or inter-department coordination. Now, this tourism has to be declared as an industry. Special investor taxation system should be brought out to attract the small investors. Public and private partnership is required for this thing, and circular economy is required. And one more very important thing is a database mapping of Karnataka cultural asset is required very much. And tourist analysis, tourist statistics, marketing research. And the one more point is tourist mitra cell is required to focus on the customer feedback on their tours. And tourism promotion and branding activities to be taken up on a very bigger scale. And machine learning and artificial intelligence capabilities has to be utilized in this one. Very important is adequate manpower training and research need to be taken at various institutes and universities with a special fund, and budget should be allocated for this. Schools of tourism are a the other countries and should focus on a innovative industry and academic exchange program. This I have seen in the Africa and Australia and even in the USA recently I visited. Many of the countries have got this very good skill development courses for all these things. Where is the skill development in the tourism should be given a due importance. The council is there in Government of India as well as Government of Karnataka. There is enough scope for that one. This one has to be taken up. And, making so many meets. We have to make a tourism invest meet also. For that thing, the investor full participation for all the stakeholders. An independent tourism development board should be established to chalk out the long-term strategy to attract visitors, both domestic and foreign. Standards and certification aspects should be brought into the system for the visitor satisfaction. During the inaugural speech for Padma Shri, Professor Ayyappan sir has told about the 3 R's: reduce, reuse, and recycle. Now here I want to add one more R. I want to make a 4 R's. That is a reduce, reuse, recycle, and repair. Because
Can I add one more?
yes.
It's called refuse.
Very good.
That is the first R actually.
First R.
Especially
Okay.
Most of us when we travel, we take this plastic bottles. This literally is destroying Western Ghats. So please.
Yes. So I am especially very much thankful to the Dr. Ramesh sir and his team for inviting me for this session. Especially very much all the youngsters are there, teachers are there. I am very much happy. There is a lot of tourism courses are there. One thing I want to tell you to the teachers and students, there is a very much scope for in the research work. And to brought out a very, very good research activities, especially in mining and geotourism and other sectors also, I am not telling. All the sectors I have seen starting, I am telling. And enough fund is available in the government. We have got enough CSR funds, especially from mining community. You should know how to tap it. So that's what I am telling. That one, there is one, don't neglect the mining, because why I am telling, I told you the mining of the periodic table. Now I am not telling the elements. Now critical, only day after yesterday I have returned from the Delhi, I am the committee member of the critical minerals. We have to now mine up the entire periodic table. Now whatever economical mineral is not there, it will be closed and suspended. And there is a government rule, that one, there is called a mine closure plan. In the mine closure plan, we cannot leave that area like that one only. We have to do. So their tourism spot can be made it. So that scope is there. That's why you people have to concentrate on that one. Really, I am thankful to the KSTA, very timingly this conference has been arranged, ecotourism, which is a very, very hot spot, because it has been, I want to show a map that I told with the army. One map is a beautiful tourism map. No one is here. Bharat? No one. Well, okay, afterwards also you can see the entire Karnataka maps are available. This one, tourism hub, you can see it. That's the latest one. And we have got a developed a 1 trillion budget of Karnataka also. There is enough scope. So friends, we should develop a very safe, sustainable and eco-friendly tourism, and also our aim should be development without intersection. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So, in a nutshell, you have narrated about ecotourism, means how to attract, and especially you talked about more on mining tourism, because person from mining, you know in and outs of that. Okay, definitely, especially when you talk of the mining, we don't know how the people work over there, and then we see the only littering gold, but when you see literally that is in the mining, and how many people work to process it. And when you get as a gold, your eyes will be glittering to look at that. So when actually you go there and see, that is also a tourism, from tourism point of view. Thank you for enlightening us on mining tourism. Now I request Dr. Anila Thomas Madam.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais and my dear friends. I just want to take a few minutes to explore and just come with me to the topic which ecotourism. It started the concept long way back, and the place where I belong to, I really want to take you there. It's actually Tenmala. It's because I belong to the place and it's only 35 kilometers from my place. I don't want to give a big lecture because last 2 days you might have heard the A to Z of ecotourism, the policy and the concept, everything. But I just want to bring you a little bit knowledge about how the practically how the concept initiated in Tenmala by Kerala government, and it was in the year 1998 it was started, and you can see that how the 30 years how it was went on, and the present the moment there, especially the pandemic had a big kind of effect on the place, but still they were able to get it back. It's because the involvement of the community there. As you know that, sir, would you like to show the map? Okay, thank you. Okay, so the involvement of community, that is one of the main pillar for ecotourism, if you are taking it. And when you're talking about community, I just want to bring the women also there, because that is one of the biggest kind of challenge for a conservative kind of the area where normally people won't come out, especially women. They have the household kind and the kind of livelihood in a rural place. It's also, there are a lot of challenges they are facing. Now, when I'm talking about Tenmala, there are some few plus points Tenmala got. It's naturally, it is very, it's very unique and very untapped kind of resources there. You know what is the word meaning Tenmala indicates? Tenmala. It is Ten Mala actually it is. Ten is honey and Mala means it's a hill area. So there are a lot of exposure for the local community to tap the potential, like economically. As you know that economically, the economic benefits also are very much part of the ecotourism concept. So giving awareness and taking this community involvement, that is the way they have, they were able to come out to a certain extent from the pandemic, the effect. Okay, I just want to bring only two areas I just want to, because I don't want to take much time from that. First and foremost, I just want to little bit challenges the eco destination, especially Tenmala is facing. Basically the degradation from resource usage. Lot of energy is wasted, and the area is actually having lot of sustainability issues. In the sense, energy is, they were trying to minimize the use of resource usage. And see, when I'm talking about the resources, I'm taking natural, cultural, and economical resources, that is energy resources. So these three resources, when you are looking, you need to tap the potential, then only you can say that sustainability is maximum, it is being on the right track. And this is one of the great challenge for them. That is the cultural way people are more exposed to the kind of I can say the modern life effect. I'm just giving some few examples. Like nowadays, the people are very much they are concerned with the development, not in the region alone. They are also expecting lot of facility as they are seeing how the outside world life is. So they may have the potential, they are actually prone to the kind of negative side of the development strategies. And certain kind of policy gaps are also, they are challenge, from the challenge point of view, policy gaps are also there. And climate-wise, that is also one of the challenge the area is facing, because when you're looking the resources there, natural resources especially, they are depending on the agriculture side, even they are depending on the honey. It's actually one of the best kind of place you can get the original, the real honey there. Okay? In the sense, a lot of honey cultivation, it is happening there. And another important and the last challenge I just want to, because I don't want to look into all the kind of major challenges only I'm covering, that is the marketing side, promotion and marketing side. Basically, how many people have, sitting here, have gone to Tenmala? I can see only 2 or, very few. So this is actually talking about the place. You can take a kind of some time. You cannot say that time is not there or resource is not there. No facility, it's not like that. There are chances at least once, when at least I'm requesting, I'm just inviting everyone. I'm saying inviting because this is the way we really want to explore places. It's not that you may have to, there are a lot of constraints, but you have to experience, really you have to experience how to go to a natural place. Sitting here and listening, yes, we are having a lot of exchange, idea exchange, it's happening, but if we can have such kind of, maybe the government also can start initiating such kind of experiential travel, giving a lot of subsidies, lot of kind of schemes. You can also bring with, at least like Deco, we have actually, the pandemic has just started, Deco Bharat, like, it's actually supporting the domestic destinations. More than outside country, we really need to focus on the Indian destinations, and this is the way you can, this is one of the responsibility we all have to explore the places. I just want to give few kind of strategy also. As I'm talking about the challenges, I really want to add strategy. As you know that the future is actually with all of us. It's not that the young generation alone, it is with even elders. There are a lot of people with a lot of knowledge, so we really need the support of these future, then only we can take a lead and we can actually achieve the future. Sustainable development, technology, collaboration, cultural preservation. These 3-4 keywords I'm just bringing together to say that this is what the future we are looking forward. We really need the support of technology. We really need we have to sustain the resources. We also have to have collaborations. We should have a lot of mutual kind of support. Then only, it's not like for community alone. When you're talking about tourism, you need to know that it's not one particular segment. It's actually stakeholders all are involved in that. Government is involved, community is involved, even the service providers are involved. So when you are talking about the future, it is actually the future together. The togetherness should be there. And I just want to sum up with ecotourism. It's actually a tool. That is what we learned, tool for conservation. But I am just saying that it's not the tool alone. It's actually a way it is actually going back to the nature. It is giving way, going back to the nature. And we all will recollect how our life in smaller ages, maybe with less kind of memory we'll have, but still the way how we spend in our natural areas. Though we need to have facilities, we need to have modernization, everything required, but still we really need to, not from tourism point of view alone. Tourism is actually giving way, it is opening way for all the kind of people coming together, and it's actually the responsibility from each one of us to get connected with nature, get connected with the community, get connected with our own generations. Okay, this is what actually I would like to talk about the ecotourism concept. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thank you for your highlighting that Tennamala. Is it correct?
Yes, sir.
Tenamala, okay. So now I request Dr. Raghavendra, now you are ready? No, I wanted to one lady, one gent like that. Yeah. So that's why. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Basically, I'm a professor by profession, but still not a good speaker on the stage. But still, I'd like to minimize as much as possible with respect to my speaking. So this, my talk will be more with respect to queries than only tell what I know. Okay, and this is basically for that category of people who are in the age of 40% of Indian population, which is nothing but who are in the age of 18 to 40. How many of you think you are safe from all different sorts of diseases, especially? Nobody? How many of you think you are safe from cancer? Can anybody raise your hands? I directly come into point. Sorry, please, sir, please don't mind. I directly come into point, and I am going to link nature as of why we need to take care of it. How many of you really think you are free of cancer? Please tell me, sir, why you are. Hmm? Okay, sir has given us wonderful, and madam, please. It's not hereditary, okay, fine. It's steel bottle, that's wonderful. Exactly. So, with the beautiful explanation by both Madam and Sir, I would like to say, there was a talk by Dr. Vishal Rao, is a neck cancer specialist from, oral cancer specialist from HCG Hospital, wherein he said 65% lung cancer is caused to people who are non-smokers. You heard it exactly right. People who are non-smokers, they are more prone to lung cancer than people who are actually smoking. The reason? Obviously the pollution. And what basically can be the only source of solution to avoid lung cancer from getting inside your body? What KS2A is doing, just follow that. They say they are going to promote natural way of getting the tourism done, right? So that basically is something wherein if you go and have nature's breeze once in a lifetime, 10 days or 5 days in a year, if you spend your time completely in the nature, that can purify your body. That basically will help you to enhance the potentiality of your body so that you can grow in a better way. That is one option. The reason why I'm telling you this is because I myself was met with an accident, a major accident. I was in ICU for 31 days. Okay, doctor said it's not going to survive because the country as such, I don't mind, I'm giving you my example. The reason is I was not breathing for 6 hours. And I met with this accident. The reason was I had been to promote this particular naturopathy medicine. I was coming back, I met with the accident. And there was no supply of oxygen for 6 hours because the ambulance in which they brought me to Bangalore from Chitrudurga did not have ambulance in it. Okay, that's a different idea. But at the end of the day, the doctor said it's not going to survive. After the surgery for 6 hours, they said no. After 31 days, they said you'll be in a vegetable condition. Now when I go and speak to the neurosurgeon, he says this is a miracle. And I asked the neurosurgeon why basically this miracle happened to me. He simply told me that the reason is very simple. You are very good with your physical activities. You work out at gym. Ensure you are having physical activities every hour, 1 hour at least in a day. Keep yourself physically active. If not, your body, internal organs will have the tendency to become weak. 2, don't have any kind of unwanted habits. Smoking, boozing, all these nonsense habits, try to forget it. 3, and most important thing is, think only good. Don't think about anything bad. So that will keep you safe and always beautiful in whatever you want to do. So in that particular aspect, basically in this KSTA's presentation, the beautiful aspect what I could observe with respect to various talks I attended was, the first one was, Ayyappan sir said, right education. People, yes, they are interested to go to all places, they do all sorts of things. Are they really educated? Yeah, please, you said they are not. Why? Sir, am I allowed to ask questions to the audience? Okay, yeah. Yes, so that's what. We'll just finish it off, no problem. So that's what it is. So can you give an example? Lack of education.
Like ma'am said, green transportation should be encouraged. But we are living in a vanity world where most of the people are buying luxurious car and bikes. So even if we are telling them to use green transport facilities, but how much they will use it still questionable. So
okay, that's one thing. And one of the most polluting element that human has ever produced is, right? So whatever you wear, do you think it's not a pollutant? Polymer, polyester, what you are wearing is basically a mixture of polymer, which is nothing but non-biodegradable, right? Most of the times what people do is they go to the wildlife sanctuaries, especially dip in rivers and just throw their dresses and come back. Is that going to decompose in water at the end of the day? It will kill the aquatic animals that is living in that particular domain. That is one thing. Wherein that basically is what the right education is required with respect to people as of how they need to behave when they go to the environment, which they are not doing. That basically one thing what basically we are trying to tell here, the Prakriti Anveshani, and we need to explore nature. How do we explore nature? Hari, sir, I would like to ask Hari to give a description of how basically jaundice is treated in their Uti. Can you please give 1 minute time? He is going to tell, sir. It's a beautiful process of treating jaundice without any allopathy medicines. Basically makes you, there in their places they make use of cow dung to treat jaundice. And it's very effective. Hari, if you can please explain for a minute. So thus I am taking it because we are focusing in the domain called medicine tourism. And we have termed it as Naivedya. Naivedya does sound pretty simple. It's called Naisargika Vaidyaru. Nai is Naisargika, which is nature, and Vaidyaru is Vaidya. So you combine both, it becomes Naivedya. It is basically related to worshipping of God. So we are worshipping nature with whatever the medicine that is going to give. In that particular aspect, we can go in the mode of sustaining the death of plants, beautiful medicinal plants in Western Ghats. So if we can explore people in and around Western Ghats who have the ability of curing diseases, that in turn will add a lot of values in saving Western Ghats. That basically is the domain what we are looking and what we are trying to explore. So Ari, if you can please.
Sir, it's nearby my hometown, not in Ooty, sir. It is in Hero district. They are using like one plants like Philanthus niruvi. In Tamil we'll say Keelanelli. And in that they will add substitute like cow dung. That cow dung dry powder plus this plant. Then in this plant they take the roots and some leaves, and again they will have like milk. They have secret, they are doing this for generation, like their great grandfathers and are doing. They are curing like severe stage jaundice and all they are curing.
What's the cost, sorry?
Sir?
Cost of treatment?
Sir, in week per 500 they charge, sir, per visit. Usually the people will come for 2 to 3 visits. again that's enough for that curing the jaundice.
So with 1500 rupees of charges, you are going to cure jaundice. But when you go to any allopathy medicines, it's basically in terms of thousands. Together 10, 15, 20, anything for that matter. So naturopathy medicine, it is promoted in a proper way with the help of medicine tourism. Definitely people will be having lot of economical stability, wherein they can minimize the cost that will be incurred with respect to their expenditures relevant to medicines and curing diseases. That is one thing. So again, if we go to other things with respect to what we learned in this particular domain, we had something called hub and spoke. Hub and spoke can be a wonderful system with respect to implementation for ecotourism, wherein you can focus on one single term, make it as a hub. Okay, if I take my example, what we are planning with respect to naturopathy medicine related to nature tourism, medicine tourism, if I take Western Ghats and a particular place where people are cured with respect to different diseases, I fix that as a hub. And if I go to Western Ghats starts from all the way from Dharmasthala and ends, if I take only the Karnataka part, and Karwar, right? So it is over a stretch of almost 200 kilometers. In 200 kilometers, you have n number of temples, n number of sightseeing places, n number of beautiful places where you can go and enjoy, right? So if naturopathy medicine can be converted into a mode of tourism, people who wants to take treatment, they'll be going for treatment, and the rest they can go, they can see, they can enjoy, and they can come back. So in that particular mode, the cost of treatment, what was supposed to be in allopathy, will be the cost for enjoyment in the domain of tourism as well as in the domain of getting treatment with no side effects. That's one beautiful part of what basically we are working on. So this is what is hub and spoke. And Chandrasekhar sir was also talking about what tourism was. I'll just see that. One minute. So Chandrasekhar sir was talking about one particular tourism. No. Proximity tourism. So proximity tourism. So what, does anybody understood the concept of proximity tourism? Anybody can tell me what exactly is proximity tourism? So I have a request to Ramesh sir. So next time when such a wonderful event is being conducted, take at least for a half-day trip to some nearby lakes and tell them how that particular place can be made into a tourism spot. That basically is what is defined with respect to proximity tourism. Proximity tourism is something where people cannot afford to go to far places. Like, see, if I want to go and see water pool, I need not have to go to Western Ghats. So somewhere in Bangalore, if I can have a very neat and clean place of any lakeside, I can create some kind of tourism thing there, and I can go in the process of generating tourism in that particular spot. So that basically is what proximity tourism is all about. Okay, and one more beautiful thing, what people we got to know is fisheries. How many of you are researchers in the domain of microbiology, plantation, and stuff like that? So I was talking like fisheries can be made used to development of polymers. And when he said fisheries can be used for development of polymers, that polymers will be definitely biodegradable. And if that polymers are made water retractable or water resistant, that would be a wonderful research and you can become multi-millionaire. Reason is, anything that is coming from nature is biodegradable. It can be put in the soil, soil it and it can degrade. That basically is what that can be led and that can be done. That basically is one thing that can be done in that particular process. So, these are the three different domains what I thought would be of more importance with respect to our domain of Naivedya, what can be implemented in this particular place. And also, at the end of the day, I would like to conclude my talk with a simple notation, right education. What basically is right education when it comes to tourism? Can anybody give me a simple example? Is it an education that need to be given by KSTA to you all, or by a professor to you all, or is it self-understood? How many say it's self-understood? Please raise your hands. Especially the last rows, the students. Yeah, why please? Yeah, the one who was seeing back, you are the one. Why right education is required? It's time up. I have given 15 minutes, I'm completing that. What is right education? Give an example. If you think you have right education in terms of tourism, what is that going to be?
Like if I am visiting any place, I should make sure that I am not littering around.
Littering in terms of what?
Like, if I'm having snacks, not throwing the waste here and there.
Don't use them. The processed snacks you're talking about, Lays and all those things. Are you aware that that leads to cancer? Yeah, please. And plastic bottles especially. And if we are rightly educated, we can also go in the mode of promoting our own traditional culture. As I told you, plastic is something that is going to pollute everything, right? So, and one of the most important elements of plastic is also polyester, right? Wherein it is put in your clothes. So, if you avoid plastic and go with the age-old technology of Indian textile fabrication called khadi and use that, that would be wonderful, because that simply degrades when it is put in the ground. Because it is using only cotton and nothing else. Even they not go in the process of using harmful chemicals for processing and dyeing and other stuff also. So, promotion of right education with implementation of right thoughts and thought processes will definitely enhance the economic stability of the country, which our Honorable Prime Minister is thinking of working upon with respect to Vikshit Bharat 2047. So, with that thing, I'd love to stop my talk, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Raghavendra. You have touched upon lifestyle changes, Naivedya, nature-based solutions. Yes, that is Samskara culture, our own culture. Thank you very much. Now I request Dr. Ellen, Madam. Be brief, Madam. We have been told to conclude as early as possible.
A very good evening to one and all. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to share my viewpoint. And being from the environmental background, I think giving the last speaker, I think is going to sum up everything. Now, as we all know, travel and tourism accounts for 10.3 global GDP and contributes about 8% of the total greenhouse gas emission. Can you imagine? Ecotourism is leading to 8% of greenhouse gas emission. So therefore, there is a need for the tourism department to think about it. Okay, what can be done? And all of us know that, we are rushing towards a tourist area to be in touch with nature. So that why can't we have provide the guest to experience nature in natural way? So what can be done? There are various strategies. As we all know, a responsible travel company should have a clean environmental strategy. I'm talking about a clean environmental strategy, a social action plan, and a governance structure that imbibes the sustainable action which is there in the core business. So what I mean to say is that sustainability is basically where you're going to have a kind of an economic balance, okay, balancing the environment and also balancing the society. So therefore, only when you have these three pillars, okay, you're going to be sustainable. So how can a tourism department bring about sustainability? It could be looked into different aspects. Okay, like how the say for instance how the ecotourism department can contribute to the UN sustainable goals. Okay, the first point could be you can have the SDG 6. Now, what is this SDG 6? Talking about providing clean water and the water how it could be recycled and reused. So, if the tourism department is looking at the SDG 6, you're achieving this UN goal. Right? Now, similarly, if you're looking at the, the SDG 7, now SDG 7 you're talking about the harnessing renewable energy. So when you're talking about renewable energy, you can have solar plants, you can have biogas, okay? You can have things like, a camera which is attached to solar, or as I've seen in the KCT where you have solar street lights. So these are all things can be embedded in the tourist spot, right? So you're achieving your SDG 7. Then you're talking about your SDG 13, where you have consumable, where you are conscious about consumerism. Now, as sir was telling, why waste food? I was talking to my colleague, when you go to a hotel, you have a free buffet. Okay, buffet is being laid over there. Why should you have a free buffet? Okay, maybe what you could do is probably you can have a kind of a strategy where they can log in, the guests can log in and demand what breakfast they want, so that only that can be served, right? So consumerism should be really thought about, right? And then you have your SDG 15, where you talks about, protection of the life, where you have biodiversity being inculcated. Okay, so these are some of the things where where a tourism can look upon how they can contribute to reach the SDG goals. Now, as an environmentalist, what I want to tell you is that every organization, okay, every organization should have accountability. Okay, should have accountability. So therefore, according to the Air Act, you have 1981, or you have the Water Act 1974, where the Pollution Control Board lays guidelines compulsively. You have to follow the, follow different norms. You have to apply Form 5 or Form 8. Okay, it's compulsory. The performance of your industry should be complied. Right? So these are things of awareness. It's not just like the olden days where you have a huge, resort and you are able to escape. No, you're going to be under, under scanner, right? Everything is under the portal. Everything is online. So we have to be really, thoughtful about it. Now, as you know, the Wayanad situation where people have just, came upon various resorts. Right? So there is a need that the government is playing a very important role, and even as tourism, community, we have to really take upon the important, aspirations of people. Why do people go to a tourist spot? They go to a tourist spot to be with nature. So therefore, what my sincere, request is the tourism department should connect locally. Okay, very important, as sir was telling, if you have a tourism department or tourism spot, connect to the local, okay? What are the locals doing? What is their food? How they can be connected? The local, the food supply. And talking about sustainability, get your raw material, get your food, get your, whatever material, food material that you want locally, instead of getting it from somewhere in flight or something. Can you cut down your greenhouse gas by procuring material, through local business, so that you're giving employment to your locals. So these are things where the tourism department can upgrade the locals. So once you make the locals involved with the tourism, what happens is that there is so much of, a kind of a sustainability in the whole thing, so there is going to be an upgrade in the economy of that place. Okay, so once you have upgrading of the economy, okay, the economical situation of the locals, they will support the resorts. They will support tourism. Are you getting it? So therefore, and also be conscious about the environment. And today's world, I think most of the tourism department are very environmental conscious. They have virtual tours. Before you have your, guest, they give them the virtual tours so that they know what is happening, right? So these kind of strategies can be planned about. You have online ticketing, you have online booking. So everything has become online. Even your meals are coming online, right? So therefore, there is reduction of the solid waste, and how you can bring about improving the renewable energy, how you can improvise more on your water balance in your resort, right? And very importantly, wherever we are, we need to be accountable. I think all of you will agree to me, accountability is important. Now, what do I mean by accountability? Accountability means you should have metering system. Okay? Metering system means, what do you mean by that? If you have an overhead tank, you should have a meter, right? So how much of, there is a input of water being used can be equated to the water that is being, coming out from your STP. So you had to work out the, the water balance. So once you are able to, look into the water resource, then look into the soil resources where you have, think about your manuring, or your, think about soil health card, or you think about the air quality by, talking about increasing the biodiversity, or having renewable energy where you're reducing the carbon dioxide input, right? So these are some of the strategies that can be taken account, right? Okay, so that is very, very, important that we are conscious and have a change in the attitude. As one of the students where delegates had just was telling that there's a need for transformational change in the attitude. Okay, attitude has to be changed. Only when we change the attitude, you'll be able to accept and enjoy your entire, your visit. So in the end, I would just like to end by saying that, what is sustainability? How do you define sustainability? Can anybody define sustainability? Because the whole ecotourism should be sustainable. That means ecotourism should be sustainable means, yeah? For the future generation. That means the resources that you're going to use should be used, in such a way that your needs are being satisfied, provided you are also looking forward for your future generations' needs are also being retained, right? Only then you can sustain. And let us all understand, right? I think, our registrar is here, and she was just talking about coming out with Microsoft, coming out with a, with a kind of a, kind of system where it's going to bring about all the, changes in the, the computer, which is going to come out with the whole system where everything is going to be, developed, and AI has come, right? So what's going to be our future, right? The future is really at stake. But nothing can change our peace of mind, right? So our peace of mind, happiness, the internal joy can happen only when we are with nature, right? So therefore, I think the Karnataka Science Association has played a very important role in linking, humans to nature. So ecotourism plays a very important role until unless we take care of our environment consciously. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for eco-friendly or eco-environment tourism you are stressed upon. And you touched upon, there are SDGs, 17 are there. You touched upon 3 SDGs, very important, because we need to comply by 2030. Everybody is aware about that. Thank you, the panelists, and if any audience have any particular questions to be asked to the panelists, you are most welcome. Otherwise, I will summarize what is there. Anybody is having any particular question to anyone? Okay. Okay.
Mining tourism you mean? No, madam, we are carrying out the mining activities for the various minerals. Okay, in those areas, you can take the students and your family members to visit the mine. Now I will elaborate. Now I will take you at a very interesting thing, which is your favorite subject to you. Sir, because just I am telling you. Chemistry field, so we are. No, it's good. I am telling you. Like a gold. Now you see one statistics I will tell you. If you visit right from Jammu, Kashmir to Kanyakumari with my one towel, if you ask all the ladies who are there here now to hand over your gold which you are wearing now, will be about 22,000 tons. Will be only 22,000 tons. So this is an interesting fact. So how gold mining is going on, iron mining is going on, coal mining is going on, copper mining is going on. You have to visit and see. To produce, we are producing in India 1.5 ton of the gold. To produce a 1.5 ton of the gold, 10,000 people are working. Whereas demand for the gold in our country is 1,000 tons. We are producing only 1.5 tons. Like this, so many facts and figures you will be knowing. And this is the one thing. And also the subject, mining, geology, metallurgy, associated works. Little bit you should have been aware nowadays by seeing the KGF film.
like that one. Like that one, this is a mining tourism. There is a lot of scope to do that one. And also there being a chemistry people, waste to wealth. What are the minerals critical? Entire periodic table I used. You can use it in the circular economy. Like this one, there is that one. So this is the thing. Anything you can ask. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
This is a one map, just I am showing it. Anybody will read it. This is a tourism map, the latest one we have prepared for the Karnataka state 1 trillion budget. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Anybody has any questions?
Sir, actually I have one suggestion, sir. So suggestion in sense, maybe initially we all know like Big Bazaar and other supermarkets, they give bags. Now maybe I think mostly 10 years over they are charging for it. As soon as they started charging, we started carrying our own bags. Maybe 10 rupees extra also we started mining. So actually our future plan in our even college canteen, 10 rupees tea will be reduced to 8 rupees if you bring your own cup. If you introduce, everyone will be, oh, okay, I'll take 2 rupees, will be less. So like that, small ideas from the student side, if we implement, maybe the waste production can be reduced to be.
Anybody having any questions to ask? Yeah.
This is just a general question, anyone can answer this. In a world where tourism is rapidly growing constantly and a lot of destinations are being converted into tourism destinations, we have a lot of ecologically sensitive areas, especially in India. So how can government, brands, we as people in general, balance that ecologically sensitiveness and tourism at the same time in a destination?
Any other questions? If no questions, then I can summarize what we discussed and answer. First of all, I thank KSTA and Ramesh sir for providing me this opportunity. I have been promoted to a chairman. I was a member previously. Okay, this happens in India only. Okay, and we are obliging for that. Nothing in that. Okay. Now, actually, we talk about ecotourism, and we talked about understanding, right understanding first. When you talk about right understanding of the self, right understanding of a family, right understanding of friends, right understanding of society, right understanding of nature. And then when it comes, then comes harmony. So that means self-harmony, means right understanding leads to harmony in self. I must have a harmony within, soul and body. One. Then ultimately I have got a harmony with the friends. I got a harmony with the society, harmony in family. That all leads to what is known as since 20 years, wherever I go, I carry this bottle. I never drink in a plastic bottle. Even in my university, I go to Hatti Coffee, I carry my own steel glass. After that, my colleagues are carrying that. That is what we should, that is what is called as right understanding. Okay. And when Dr. Raghavendra is asking a question, anybody is safe from cancer? Anybody is safe while driving in Bengaluru? Then you are also not safe in cancer. Because this cancer is not coming because of your lifestyle. Because there are some external agencies. You may be good. Your lifestyle is good, you are excellent, you are eating good food, but you are not growing your own food. Are you growing your own food? Are you preparing your own water? So that is why nobody is safe against cancer. Only you can minimize, you cannot mitigate. Cancer may come, may not come, but it all depends upon your genetic, also it all depends upon your lifestyle. You can prolong your life. But once you want to avoid the cancer, we need to have a harmony with the nature. Okay, that is biochain. We talk about the biochain, or it will be food chain we call. So many cancers are nowadays coming through the food chain. So from that angle, when we talk about ecotourism, my panelists have given very broad aspects. So if I want to classify them in 4 broad categories, first one is technological advancements. Second one is sustainability strategies. Third one is policy framework. Fourth one is community-driven approaches. All of them have talked about this. So when that is there, nowadays we have to concentrate on 4 things. First one is attitudinal change. Attitude. Okay. When I am talking about nobody should use the plastic, first I should not use the plastic. That is attitudinal change. I should inculcate that. Inculcate and imbibe that attitude, one. Second one is, you have to have a technology. Technology is now obvious. You have to use the technology. And the third one is sustainability. In the sustainability concept, we talk about 3 hours or 4 hours or 5 hours, there are n number of hours. Okay. First and foremost R is refuse. If you have sufficient things, you refuse, you don't take. If you have 100 shirts, next festival again you go and buy 2 more shirts. Isn't it? You never refuse. Okay, in that case. All those things will be there. Now in the technology, we talk about artificial intelligence, we talk about Internet of Things, we talk about drones, we talk about AR, VR. But these are all the technologies. We are able to afford this? They have been implemented. Drone has been used in our carpet to track the animals over there. Like that, you can have all those things. But the most thing is, whenever you are visiting any eco-sensitive areas, what are your roles and responsibilities? You are going with one perspective. Only one perspective you are going, look at that place. But you always bear in your mind, if you want that place to be visited by your next generation, your own sons and daughters, okay, it is your responsibility to keep that, isn't it? So you are going and seeing and putting plastics, everything will be throwing and coming back. Okay, so that is what attitudinal change. That is called as a sense of belongingness. First thing is, we should have a sense of belongingness. This is my place. This is my tourist place. I have to. That is obligation. The one thing that has to be there. And secondly, we can have climate change and ecotourism, adapting to sustainability. So everybody is noticing climate change now. Some 10 days back, how was Bengaluru? Or early morning, how is Bengaluru? And afternoon, how is? And evening, how it will be? Isn't it? It is a rapid change. It's just like a person with the moods, mood swings. Isn't it? It's very difficult to talk to the people who has a general mood swing. Okay. Now as they are very good, if I go and talk, they will be like a lion. Okay. Next day, when he is there, he will like a very soft dog. So that is a mood change. That is because of this climate change only. Okay. Who is responsible for that? We. Okay. So that means now, for example, we talk about eco buildings. So now we are having concrete jungles. Now how we are in a vicious circle. So that means now we want inside cool. For that we put air conditioners. That air conditioner throws the temperature out. Then ultimately it becomes warmer. So again it is 24 degree inside, you are setting your AC. But now after 2 years, 24 is not sufficient. You will bring down to 18 or 19 or 20. You are putting more temperature outside. Then it will become warmer. Again you are decreasing your temperature and getting, that is a vicious. That is why now some of the air conditioners are not going to work. Okay, that means in that way. That means again energy consumption, from where energy is coming. So like that, it is first is, are we responsible for anything what we are doing? That is the first case we have to think about. Climate change is a man-made disaster. It is not a natural disaster. One thing. So now how we can avoid this climate change? Change your lifestyles. Be to the nature. Plant 1 tree at least in a year. I'm a person always I plant 4 trees in a year. One my birthday, one my daughter birthday, one my anniversary, one my missus birthday. You go and talk to anybody. I'm not telling any lie. I'm not come here to take your votes. I'm not contesting any elections. Okay. Yeah? In my place, wherever I go, I was there 30 years 25 years in Maharashtra, 5 years in Delhi. I belong to Karnataka. I came almost 6 years here only. So you can come to my Presidency University. I'll show you my plants. Where are they now? 100%. So that is what, there is an internal change is required. And don't do this for anybody, because why I'm telling this? Because it is ecotourism. And then Madam was talking about before preaching, you should practice. That is why that motivated me to tell something. Okay. And then, are you going to practice this? Ecotourism or anything, wherever you go. And then I never ever take plastic bags. I'll show you in my car, there are bags for my kirana or for my vegetables. It is there, isn't it? I am associated with KSC almost 3 years. They know in and outs about me. I think, yes, sir, Ramesh, 100%. So that is why this thing, ecotourism, we talk about, we should bring it into practice. And second thing is community driven, means local people over there, we need to upgrade them. Upgrade them, we're talking about sustainability concepts. That is environment, economy, as well as social. They are comes under social. Means you have to have a products of that area. The people should take that products when they come to the ecotourism, or you have that. And then ultimately, second thing is, we're talking about the taxes, sustainability taxes. It comes under sustainability taxes. If anybody is found using the bottles or plastics and everything, that is like a policy. Policy should be there. Already policy is there. But are you executing that policy? Okay. That is how to monitor. Monitoring technology comes. See, human intervention definitely not to be sustainable. When I am monitoring through technology, okay, that is what we call about governance. Our governance should change. Governance should collect the data and then automatically it should furnish. That means in that area, particular area, I'm going to have sensors and everything. I'll be looking at who is the person who is carrying this water bottle and who is throwing here. Immediately you will be captured and immediately on the spot, in that his vehicle is there or anything is, when going out of them, that, then the toll tax will be there. It will be deducted there. Like that system we need to develop. We need to develop that, because whenever there is human intervention, nothing is going to happen, because we are all related to each other, kith and kins. Okay, we never forgive that. Then only we need to inculcate. I'll give an example of Singapore. 1962, Singapore is poorer than India. 1962. Now what is Singapore? And they used to get water from Malaysia. Now they have got a surplus, recycled water. They are reusing that water. Okay, they are becoming surplus. Only 50 lakh population, 50 lakh population, half of Bengaluru population, one country. Okay, and very self-disciplined people. So that is how the ecotourism or any concept we need to bring in, that we need to. Okay. So I hope I answered your questions, or anything is there. Okay, anybody is having any questions? I have summarized what my panelists have. If I missed anything, you tell me. If I missed anything, I have given community driven or Naivedya or something, that will be there, nature based. So one thing you say that in this world or in the environment, everything is finite. Nothing is infinite. So everything is finite means we need to conjure, we need to preserve, we need to save. Okay. And then sustainability or sustainable development is nothing but meeting your demands without compromising the needs of the future generation. Their needs should be met. Okay. Definitely now, when we were children, our rivers were very clean. We used to swim and we used to drink water directly. Now our children cannot do that. We are already gone. That means sustainability we have not met. We have to come back again. Okay. So that means whenever you go to any tourism places, you try to preserve that, conserve that, and you try to maintain the status quo of that. Okay. Don't get it deteriorated. And whatever the things you carry always biodegradable things. And then don't throw anything which is non-biodegradable. You are going with your own vehicle, put it in a bag, and then come and dump it in Bangalore. Bangalore is now previously it was garden city, now it has become garbage city. Okay, then Bangalore is ready to take. So from that angle, you have that way. Okay, and try to cultivate that habit from day one only, because 3 days you have learnt a lot. You have understood a lot. Now from this next day, from tomorrow, it is execution day for you. You have to execute whatever you have learnt here. That is very important. These seminars, conferences are not only to have a good listening, good eating and good sleeping on the chair and going. Not like that. Something you need to carry, at least little you need to carry. Okay, I request each one of you, carry some good points and try to execute those points. Try to imbibe those points in your life. Change lifestyle. It not be possible immediately, but try to do that. Okay. I think I am very grateful to KST and Ramesh sir for providing the opportunity. And then I put forth whatever my panel has given. And if anything is required, anything we have missed, you please promptly raise your hands and ask. Nothing? Any panel members want to give something? Enough? So one last point I want to say, wherever you are from, your roots, I'm talking about your roots, not in Bangalore. Many of you are not roots in Bangalore. Okay, wherever your roots are there, from that route, you identify your own tourist place. Wherever you visit that place and try to note down what are all the tourist attraction points in that place. Okay, and there are so many social medias are there. Air them there. So, because wherever you go, you should not forget your roots. You are from that roots. Okay, every place has got a unique value, unique thing. So, you want to bring out that. From the tourist point of view, as there are 100 types of tourism people have talked about. The medicinal tourism, mining tourism, biodiversity tourism, proximity, nothing but whatever nearby to your place. So like that, there are hundreds of tourist aspects are there. You identify. How many of you are going to do this? Do you have guts to do that? Huh? Do you have right understanding for that? And if you need any help, I am there to help you. Just write a mail, Dr. Jagdish Godiyal at presidencyuniversity.in. It's a very big mail, very difficult to remember. Or jagdishgodiyal@gmail.com. Or whatever the sir is given, you can forward. Already you are knowing a KSTA. I don't want to take their credit. From there it should come. KSTA Gmail you can write. Then whatever your queries are there, I will assure you within a week I am going to answer. If you are ready for anything. Because this should be translated into reality. Thank you one and all. Thank you.
Delegates, all that I want to just end up by saying that we should be, responsible consumerist. Okay? Very, very important. As an individual, as a human being, we should be responsible consumerist and keep our eyes open and be aware of what is happening around us. Because what is happening is all of us are just, when things are happening, we don't bother. So if anything, any signs of degradation of the environment is happening, involve the local. Don't do it alone. Okay, please don't do it alone because you'll have the goons banging you. So it's very important, involve the locals and make the locals understand that the environment is getting degraded, how you can improve it. There are technologies. So we have to live in partnership with nature. Thank you.
Mike, madam, you want mic? Come, madam.
Platform is yours, madam. You can hear. Okay.
It was wonderful 3 days, very much like a lot of knowledge sharing and then meeting the experts and all that. Just adding to that, whatever you people have been telling. And sir, instantly I represent Experio, platform that is going to be launched and our site is ready, Experio.travel. Yesterday we just had a teaser and all that. So you were also saying we should have to put some education. The app itself is going to have education on sustainable tourism. And for every experiences where the locals are the host for us. So for every host we have very clearly do's and don'ts. Like for example, no smoking, no drinking, no trashing, okay, no disturbing wild animals or feeding them, okay, and very clear leave no trace policy, which is written both the host and the guest. Leave no trace policy. And second, you were talking about carbon footprints and all that. Yeah, the next roadmap for us is actually counting the carbon footprints, and then so that motivating youngsters to take the green transportation and all that, and even offsetting them. So we have been talking to all the mangroves and forestry and all that. So people go there and then do the forestation drives and all that, like planting bamboo country and all that. They also, that gets added into their accounts, okay, which can even offset their carbon footprints and all that. So basically this is our in the next roadmap.
That's what actually.
So I ask everyone, request, go ahead and support our venture, book your travels. Yeah. I met so many bikers and all that, like I said, yeah, you go start hopping into the host, actually immerse in the culture, cuisine, okay, find out what they eat, what's their history, right, what is their nature and how they have survived with symphony for so many years, right? There is a farm forest symphony with them, so beautifully they have survived that. We have to learn from that. Thank you.
Yes, madam, please.
That is what talking about as a micro plan and execution of that micro plan.
Yeah.
That is required.
Yeah, sir. We are already on that. We have already launched the big site. It's not just overnight.
And
Yeah, we are already launched the site.
Another thing is whatever you are planning, you need to monitor. So for monitoring, you require technology.
Right.
Technology gives the full picture.
Sir, there is one more question from somebody.
Hello sir, good evening. I am Vaishali. I am working on documenting the traditional foods from the Karnataka. Each Karnataka district has their unique traditional foods. So from each district we are documenting the traditional. So I want to tell that each tourist plate we can add the traditional recipe which has all the nutritional and also the Ayurveda information. So is it anything that we can proceed forward with traditional food and with tourists, we can attract people and make happy faces of the tourists also.
Yeah, that means you know Pattadakallu Ayyole?
Yeah, yes sir.
Where in North Karnataka?
Hampi side.
No, in near Bijapur.
Bijapur.
Near Vijayapur,
Yes sir.
Bagalkote.
Yes sir.
So 10 years back, 15 years back I went there, Ayyole, and there one old person was selling roti, jawar roti. Jolad roti.
Yes, sir.
And then masuru, kudike masuru. And then chutney, that is senga chutney. And it was so delicious, the people queued there. Because that is the local one.
Yeah.
So likewise, but he is in a very shabby hut. Instead of that, if he's made a small, if that tourism department or local village they have made, panchayat or anything, if they are going to get that small shop like that in a decent way, that would have been better. So
Yes,
like
sir.
that.
Yes, sir. Because each district has their the community from the where the district in the Yayo community ಇದೆ ಅವ್ರದಾಗೆ unique taste ಇದೆ, unique nutritional ಇದೆ. Because we are not documenting that, and we are documenting that.
No, that is what we are documenting. I don't want to be kept here as a documentary.
Yes, sir.
I want that to be translated into reality.
Yes, sir. We are.
And then people must understand that here is good jolad roti and chutney and masuru is available. ನಾನು ಹೋಗಿ ಅಂತ ತಿನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಬೇಕು. ನಾವೇನೋ ತಿಂತೇವೆ ಬಟ್ ಫಾರಿನರ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ದೇ ವಾಂಟ್ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ನೆಸ್. ಸೊ ಲೈಕ್ ದಟ್ ಎನಿಬಡಿ That
Yes.
way. Okay. You are.
1 minute, I will. Sir, sir, I want to add you here one point. This is not an, now it has taken up seriously.
Yes, sir.
ಈಗ nowadays one concept has come, ನಮ್ಮ ಊರು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ.
ಹೌದು.
ಈಗ ಹೈದರಾಬಾದ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಐ ಸ್ಪೆಂಡ್ 35 years there only.
Yes, sir.
ಬಸ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಈಗ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದರೆ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಎಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸೇ ಸಿಗ್ತಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಬಂದಿದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಊರು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ವಿಲೇಜ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಇದೆ, ಆ ಊರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಟೂರಿಸಂ ಅಟ್ರಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ಆಯಾ ಊರಿನ ಊಟವನ್ನೇ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅವೈಲೇಬಲ್, ಬುಕ್ಗಳು ಅವೈಲೇಬಲ್ ಇದೆ ಈಗ. ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಈಗ. ನಮ್ಮ ಊರು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ, ಆ ಊರಿಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಆ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತಲಲ್ಲಿ ಟೂರಿಸ್ಟ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಏನು, ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಏನು, ಆ ಊರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಹೀರೋಯಿನ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ, ಮಿಲಿಟರಿನಲ್ಲಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ದಲ್ಲಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಆ ವಿದ್ಯೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಈಸ್ ಅವೈಲೇಬಲ್ ನಾವು. ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಕಮ್ ನೌ ಡೇಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಿಸ್ ಟೈಪ್ ಆಫ್ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಅವೈಲೇಬಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರಿಗಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ದ ಹೈಜಿನಿಟಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಟೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಕೇರ್ ನೌ ಡೇಸ್. Nowadays they are taking the care because there is enough CSR and other government organizations are spending a lot of money on these matters. And enough research has been carried out in this aspect.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
When ಸರ್, ಸೊ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತು ನಾರ್ತ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಹೊರಟ್ರೆ ಜೋಳದ ರೊಟ್ಟಿ, ಮೊಸರು, ಶೇಂಗಾ ಚಟ್ನಿ. ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇನ್ನೂ ತುಂಬ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ ಸರ್ ರೆಸಿಪಿ. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲನೂ ಕಾಣಿಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಯಾರು ಟೂರಿಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ತಿನ್ನಬೇಕು. ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ಅಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಬೈ ದ ಫುಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಷ್ಟೇ.
Madam, come to the.
Not only posting on Instagram and all that, you're welcome to become host on our platform. Okay, so you can empower your parents or your brothers, sisters who are back home to host these experiences as a cultural immersion in a sustainable way. Like, okay, you're going to empower them as well as bring them to the fore. Like, that's what I would say. So Naivedya is going to list on us.
So, the spices what you're talking about, it's not only meant for taste and enjoyment of food. Basically, it is having all sorts of medicinal qualities. And one of the most important spice that is used in everybody and everyday regular procedure use ಮಾಡೋದು ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ black pepper and jeera. And with my knowledge and my experience working with the Naivedya, we used to treat cancer. Black pepper and jeera was used to purify the human respiratory system. That will add as a very good additive to enhance the process of purifying the human body. So, food is always the best medicine. And ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯ ಸ್ಪೈಸಸ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಡುಗೆ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದರೆ no better medical store than that is what I would like to say. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. It was a wonderful panel discussion, and people have given their valuable inputs towards ecotourism. And Gadiyal sir was mentioning about he has been made chairman because it was not opportunity, but you are eligible for that. Being a civil engineer, you are talking about tourism, environment and other things, and you are a capable person. So you have been made, sir. Thank you very much for kindly accepting that. And I thank you one and all, and may I now request Ramesh sir, Chief Executive Officer KSTA, to hand over a memento to the panel members as a token of love. First to Jagdish H. Gadiyal sir. And to Dr. Prabhakar Sangurmat sir.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕವರ್ ಇದೆ, ಕವರ್ ಪೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಫೋಟೋ ಇದೆ, ಉಳಿದಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಬ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ನೀವು ಫಿಲ್ ಅಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
And to Dr. Anila Thomas madam. And to Dr. Helena Roslena madam. And to Dr. Raghavendra Krishna sir. So finally, I want to conclude with this thing. So we are talking about with advancement and all this pollution, plastic and everything. We have one movie called Bangarada Manushya in Kannada, Rajkumar. He is doing agriculture in that movie. Now many IT people, after earning for 15 to 20 years, they earn lakhs and crores of rupees, and they are going back to their villages, purchasing 10, 15 acres of land, and they are becoming farmers now. So I think being agriculture country, more than 50-60% of India is basically a farming community. So that is the best instead of this plastic and fear about accidents, fear about cancer. So agriculture is the best. So whatever we say, Taiye Mudala Guru, Manaye Mudala Patashale, whatever we preach here, let us practice from our house, and we will educate our young minds. Thank you very much for all the panelists, and thank you KSTA. And meanwhile, we are starting valedictory, and please don't go out. Immediately we are starting valedictory.
Thank you, Vijay Kumar sir. On behalf of KST and on behalf of all the delegates present here. Now we will start immediately the valedictory function. Very good evening, Ellarigu Shubha Sanjay. Now, before starting this valedictory function on this 3 days national conference on ecotourism, I request dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries to grace the platform. I request our CEO Dr. Ramesh sir, Dean GSK Swami sir, Dr. Shakuntala Samuelson ma'am, Dr. Jagdish SL sir, Dr. Suma Singh, Dr. Anandar, and Sri V.K. Srinivas. Also, I welcome all the resource experts and coordinators from Mount Carmel College to this valedictory function, and all the students from various universities, colleges, and institutes across the state and from other states. So before starting this valedictory, I request our Senior Scientific Officer Dr. Anandar sir to formally welcome all of you.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿರುವ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಾಹಕ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಂ ರಮೇಶ್ ರವರಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮ್ಮೊಂದಿಗೆ ತೋಟಗಾರಿಕಾ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಬಾಗಲಕೋಟೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿನ ಡೀನ್ ಆದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ GSK ಸ್ವಾಮಿರವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಪರವಾಗಿ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶಕುಂತಲಾ ಸ್ಯಾಮ್ಯುಲ್ಸನ್, ನಿವೃತ್ತ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರು, ಸುರಾನ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಇವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಪರವಾಗಿ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಹಾರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿನ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಸಹ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಹಾಗೂ ವಿಸ್ತರಣಾ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಜಗದೀಶ್ SL ರವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಮೌಂಟ್ ಕಾರ್ಮೆಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಕುಲಸಚಿವರು ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುಮಾ ಸಿಂಗ್ ರವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಅನೇಕ ಗಣ್ಯರು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಂಜಪ್ಪ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿಜಯ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶೇಜನ್ ಜೋಸ್ ಇವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ಯಾನಲಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ತಜ್ಞರುಗಳಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಆಯೋಜನೆಗೆ ಶ್ರಮಿಸಿರುವ ನನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಹೋದ್ಯೋಗಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಟೀಮ್ರವರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ನಿಮಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಸ್ವಾಗತ. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ GSK ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸರ್, ಡೀನ್ ತೋಟಗಾರಿಕೆ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಗಳ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಬಾಗಲಕೋಟೆ ಅವರನ್ನು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಕುರಿತು ಕೆಲವು ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಆಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೋರುತ್ತೇನೆ.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಗುಡ್ ಈವ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಆಲ್ respected dignitaries on the dais, and all the participants, media person and friends. So we are coming to the close of 3 days conference on ಪರಿಸರ ಪ್ರವಾಸೋದ್ಯಮ, ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ಅನ್ವೇಷಣೆ, ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ, ಉತ್ತೇಜನ ಮತ್ತು ಸುಸ್ಥಿರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗೆ ಪ್ರವಾಸದ ಬಳಕೆ. So ecotourism, harvesting, travel to discover nature, promote conservation and support sustainable development. I think you have discussed a lot of things on the ecotourism. So the broad term. So ecotourism is a vital tool for promoting sustainable development, conserving natural resources and supporting local communities. By harnessing the power of travel, ecotourism can create a positive impact on the environment, economy and society. The environmental importance of ecotourism cannot be overstated. It helps conserve natural resources by promoting sustainable tourism practices, reducing pollution and protecting biodiversity. Ecotourism supports conservation efforts for enhanced endangered species such as wildlife reserves and the traditional parks, and promotes the preservation of natural habitats such as forests, wetlands and coral reefs. In addition to its environmental benefits, ecotourism also has significant socio-economic importance. It empowers local communities by providing economic benefits, promoting cultural exchange and supporting community-led conservation initiatives. Ecotourism creates jobs and generates income for local communities, contributing to poverty reduction and economic growth. Furthermore, ecotourism promotes cultural preservation by supporting local traditions, customs and heritage. The economic importance of ecotourism is also substantial. It promotes sustainable economic growth by generating revenue from tourism activities such as wildlife watching, hiking and bird watching. Ecotourism diversifies the economy by providing an alternative source of income, reducing dependence on a single industry. Moreover, ecotourism promotes investment in sustainable infrastructure such as eco-lodges, green transportation and renewable energy. Also explore the role of conservation, ecotourism in biodiversity conservation, sharing success stories and challenges from around the world. We have emphasized the importance of green transportation in building a greener tomorrow and examined the discourse analysis of ecological surveillance and ecotourism. So the conference, I think you have discussed many things. It's a future of the ecotourism, part to positive change, highlighting the impact of responsible tourism practices on local commodities and the environment. In conclusion, The ecotourism is a powerful tool for promoting sustainable development, conserving natural resources, and supporting local communities. By harnessing the power of travel, ecotourism can lead us to continue to promote and support ecotourism initiative and work together towards a more sustainable future. So just now I heard about the last 2-3 sentences during the panel regarding the North Karnataka traditional foods. So our state is a diverse place. To take India is a diverse from temperate to tropical. Similarly, our state is also varies diversity in all the aspects. So from Bidar to Kolar, so every state, every district is a different. ಸೊ ಅವರ ಹಾವಭಾವ ಬೇರೆ, ಉಡುಗೆ ಬೇರೆ, ಊಟ ತಿಂಡಿ ಬೇರೆ. ಈಗ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೆ ನೀವು ಆಗಲೇ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರಿ ಜೋಳದ ರೊಟ್ಟಿ ಹಾಗೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎ ಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಇನ್ ಆಲ್ ಆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎ ಲೈಕ್ ecotourism, it also includes the agri-tourism and nowadays horti-tourism also. So nowadays becomes very popular as our mentioned that. So many IT people now go back to their native and they start working on the just like Bangar Manisha, Rajkumar. So they started cultivating land. So recently I had been to Bagalkote. One of my retired professor, he has visited Bagalkote, Badame Highway first time. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಸೊ ಕ್ಯಾಲಿಫೋರ್ನಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಸುಮಾರು ಟೂರಿಸಮ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸಸ್ ನೋಡಿದೆ, ಬಾದಾಮಿ ಹೈವಳೆ ನೋಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಏನೂ ಅನಿಸ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ. ದೀಸ್ ಆರ್ ದಿ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸಸ್, ದೇ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಟೆಡ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಸಿಮಿಲರ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಆರ್ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಗೋಕಾಕ್ ಫಾಲ್ಸ್, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದಿ ಗೋಕಾಕ್ ಬೆಳಗಾಂ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ 18 years. ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಒಂದು ಹಾರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ದಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ನೇಮ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ಎ ನಯಾಗರ ಆಫ್ India falls, but it was not fully exploited. So these likewise many places are there in our country as well as in the our state. So if we exploit those things without affecting that nature, so definitely we will earn many things. So ಸಣ್ಣ ವಿಷಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಅದರ ಗಮನ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ, ಸೊ ಸಣ್ಣ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್, ಸೊ ಮೆನಿ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ದೇರ್. one topic I think tourism thrills but kills the tourism ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅದೊಂದು ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ನೋಡಿದೆ ನಾನು. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ನಾವು ಹೊಸ ಪ್ಲೇಸಸ್ಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ, ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ದು ಪರಿಸರದ ಕಾಳಜಿ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ವಿ. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರದ್ದು ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು. ಸೊ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಮೇಕ್ ಎ ಮೋರ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಪ್ಲೇಸಸ್ ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆರ್ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಮೇಕ್ ಎ ಗುಡ್ ಎಕಾನಮಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಗುಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಸೇಮ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು sustain that traditional knowledge, and you have to, without affecting the harming of the local people, traditional people. So with this, I congratulate the KSTA with the able leadership of Dr. Ramesh and his team for conducting one more seminar, national seminar. Continuously, actually, we are associated with these type of seminars. And once again, I congratulate all the teams. And thank you for giving me opportunity to share this function. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, on highlighting ecotourism importance on cultural and commercial benefits. Now I request former principal MSR CSC and Surana College, Dr. Shakuntala Samuelson, to speak, to address the gathering.
Dignitaries on the dais and my esteemed audience. It is my privilege to be present here today during this valedictory program of the 3-day national level conference. I'm doubly thrilled because I'm associated with Mount Carmel College all the way from 1983. I was a staff there for 4 years. I was also in charge of NSS and visited a lot of nearby villages. And in one of my ventures, I adopted 2 small children, one 3 months old, decided to resign my job, stay at home and bring them because I didn't want to leave them in a creche after adopting them. Much later, about 8 years later, I came back to mainstream. Of course, I had lost my UGC status, but when I came back, it was KSTA that supported me a lot. Dr. Ramesh, Dr. Anand were all colleagues, were my colleagues who were much younger to me, but they provided me an opportunity to conduct conferences. They provided me with finances to do my research. And the many things that I have enjoyed in KSTA, I owe to Mount Carmel College and to KSTA. Let me tell you, I've organized in my tenure several conferences. Nothing has equal to what I have enjoyed with KSTA because they are so organized, they are so simple. And the organizing capacity of Dr. Ravesh and Dr. Anand, I have enjoyed for more than maybe 30 years. Not 30 years, I think 2008 onwards. I have enjoyed their hospitality. The office is so efficient. I want to tell that very particularly because I get an immediate response. So thank you for giving me this opportunity today. What I am, I owe to these two institutions. Today is February 21st. Worldwide, this day is celebrated as the International Day of Mother Language. It is a special day that was started by Bangladesh because their mother tongue was not recognized. And today, they started in 2000. And today, after 25 years, they celebrate their silver jubilee in Tokyo along with the government of Japan in their embassy. And their theme is linguistic diversity through cultural and eco-diversity. This is their theme for today, and it is being discussed. And as I can see in the book, the booklet that has been given here, the theme for our 3-day national level conference happens to be harnessing travel to discover nature, to promote conservation, and to support sustainable development. All of us like to travel. We have spoken so much about it. We all like to travel. But when we travel, some of us are a little hesitant to go to places where the language is a little unknown, especially when we are traveling alone. But if you look around the beauty of nature and the animals, I think there is no language barrier to enjoy a flora and a fauna. Even if you go to Bannerghatta Zoo National Park and take the trip on the safari, the van may have several people who talk different languages. But the moment we spot an animal, we are together. We enjoy it together. I think true national integration starts with enjoying a nature, because that is what is finally in our heart, apart from all our languages, our traditions, our culture. We have spoken so much about the Western Ghat today from the time I came here. I remember a very memorable trip that I had in the Western Ghats some time ago in the Sahidri Hills. There is a very remote village called Rajur. It is only 87 kilometers from the Shirdi airport, but 87 kilometers is a lot when it comes to Ghat section. So it takes you about 6 to 7 hours. It was an official trip, and 3 educationists met at Shirdi airport to go to this village, and the host came to take us there because it was too far away for us to go alone. We found that all 3 of us spoke 3 different languages, and our cultures were different. And whatever small topic that we started on, we had 3 different points of view, all the way from politics right up to the policies of higher education institutions. That after some time there was absolute silence in the vehicle because there was nothing that we could discuss about. It was as bad as that, and the hosts were very uncomfortable. This went on till we came to the Ghat section. And as we meandered on the road, we saw several waterfalls. And we saw the Radha waterfall on the Sayadri Hills. The water flowed from a tall height right down into a very deep gorge. And the sun was setting. And when we took a turn in one of the U-turns, we saw the most beautiful rainbows on the waterfall. The sunlight falling on the water that came out produced small rainbows dancing down in a waterfall. I had seen rainbow only up in the sky. It was just breathtaking. We stopped the vehicle, and when we got down, all 3 of us in our mother language said, "Wow," and looked at each other and wanted to take a photograph together. No need to say that we had a memorable trip a very successful assessment to the college there. The college wanted us, you wouldn't believe that the most popular course in that college, which was so remote, was BA in geography. And they wanted us to recommend to UGC a research center, a multidisciplinary research center with geography and botany. That tribes had their own language, they had their own instruments, musical instruments, they had their own language. But as we trekked into their villages to meet the parents, we found that the nature was so beautiful that all three of us, with all different points of view, agreed on every single sentence that we wrote, because it was nature. And we found that a true national integration comes from that, not from our opinions. Surprisingly, a documentary was screened to us from another part of the hill, the Rajgiri hills of Bihar. There is a small remote village called Gelur, and Gelur was completely cut off from the rest of the population by huge mountains. Gaya, which is a pilgrimage center, is the closest with 50 kilometers away. And Gelur has laborers, one of them by name, Dashrath Manjihi. This gentleman, a very poor laborer, with just about 500 to 700 people in the village, will have to trek to catch water, to fetch water far away. And one day when his wife, by name Falguni Devi, was going to fetch water, she had a small accident. She had to be taken to the hospital, and that was 50 kilometers away in a ghat area. She died, and Dashrath Manji was heartbroken. When he came back to his village, he knew the mountains very well. He decided to chisel out a path with a small chisel in his hand and a hammer. The only thing that a laborer might have, he started to chisel the mountain. People thought he had lost his mind, that he was a lunatic. But he chiseled for 22 years to make a tunnel which was just 100 meters long, 10 meters wide, and about 8 meters in height, so that Gaya, which is the closest medical help for Gelur, can be accessed by people. Soon the villagers joined him. They were too simple to find authorities who will do it for them. But soon the government found it, and even today the tunnel is there where people can go for medical help. Today Gelur has a school because tourists come there. Tourists found that Gelur was such a beautiful, scenic beauty. Able to come to Gelur because it was only 10 kilometers away. We had problem with Rajur because we did not have a hotel there to stay. We had to stay far away. The only resort that was available there, they said, was never populated because it was inaccessible. It was 8 hours from Shiradi airport. It was not possible. If we can make a road, as we thought about it, and I thought about these two, how tourism can reach way down so that people can travel. India Post released a stamp to honor this gentleman, Dashrath Manjihi, and when he died, the government of Bihar gave him a state funeral. Back to our theme, harnessing travel to discover nature. You want to see small dancing rainbows. You want to see the tunnel chiseled by a hand with just a chisel and a hammer. To discover nature, to promote conservation. The college in Rajur, which wanted to conserve the culture of their tribes, with a multidisciplinary center on geography and botany, who would think of it? To support sustainable development for you and for me and for our children in future. This, I think, is the essence, and it will enhance national integration. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing your experiences in tourism and telling a real story and conservation of ecotourism. Now I request our guest of honors, Dr. S.L. Jagdish sir, Professor and ADRE, Horticulture Research Station, UHSP Bengaluru, to share their views.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, and my dear student participants for the conference. I am from a village, and I hope a few of us are from village, and we came from the nature. Now we are away from the nature. We are in Bangalore, away from the nature. The time when we were in the villages, our tourist destinations were cities. We wanted to see Bangalore, we wanted to see Mysore, Mumbai, Delhi. So that was the trend when we were in the village. But today it is opposite because of urbanization. People have gathered in the cities, and with the traffic, with the congestion, with the fast life that the people are experiencing in the cities, they are under stress. So to get relief from the stress, they started going back to the nature. That is where actually I believe the ecotourism has got its origin. So every Friday evening, probably from Bangalore, many cars will move out of Bangalore, and we must have seen the rush at some bottlenecks where there will be jam, vehicle jam. So this is what actually, so weekend people want to enjoy 2 days and come back afresh. They want to get relaxed and come back afresh to start the next week. So this is what the ecotourism is. In 125 nations of the world, tourism plays an important role in their economy. And Maldives is one such example where the economy, particularly foreign exchange earning, comes from the tourism. Among various sectors of tourism, ecotourism is one such sector which is growing fast than any other sector. It has a CAGR of about 4% per annum. So, in ecotourism sector, 4 countries in the world are leading. That's South Africa, Kenya, both belong to African continent, Ecuador of South American continent, and Costa Rica of Central America. So these are the 4 leaders in ecotourism today. Coming to the Indian place in ecotourism, really we are not doing brilliant, because everything matters. As Madam was telling lots of stories about the accident that has happened because of the poor infrastructure. The visitors from outside countries rate the Indian tourism from roads to accommodation. So it is rated as average to poor, and India is receiving about 0.38% of the world tourists, which is much less than what a tiny Singapore attracts. So more than 99% of the visitors in India are domestic visitors. So that's the situation. And another thing to be mentioned here is our guest management skills are said to be poor. So which needs to improve upon in order to improve the tourism. And what is really striking, in spite of these conditions in India, is the tourism in Kerala. Particularly the ecotourism initiatives that have taken place in Kerala. And in 1980, until 1980, at least in India, so ecotourism was not known at all. Elsewhere in the world, it has begun in 1960s itself. From 1980 onwards, tourism picked up, and I just would like to mention a person, probably you might have heard about him in the last 3 days in the conference, Babu Varghese, who comes from Kerala. He is no more now. He is the one who built houseboat for the first time in Kerala. And it was in 1991 he introduced the houseboat, and he popularized the houseboat in various trade shows that occurred all over the globe. And then KSDC, Kerala State Tourism Development Corporation came into picture, came into take this path a long way. And of course, today, more than 3,000 boathouses ply on the backwaters of Kerala. More than 3,000. And in fact, this boathouse construction has rescued the declining boat industry. So that has helped. Actually, today, there are more than 2,000 boat construction artisans that are working in this industry, and it is supporting many others in a supporting role. Many others are being employed in this venture. And there are archaeologists as well as consultants that have come up for ecotourism, to promote ecotourism, how to have an ecotourism habitat. So there are consultants today. There are architectures today. And today, the houseboats are iconic and a central part to the Kerala tourism branding. My own experience, I would like to tell after coming to Bangalore, visiting nature, happened to be one of my close friend to an IFS officer, Manoj Kumar, who was the MD of Jungle Lodges, Karnataka government. So I got an opportunity to visit Bhimeshwari, JLR, Jungle Lodges and Resorts. So there, a tribal person took us for trekking. And probably he did not go to school at all, or he discontinued school in the early ages. He took us to a hilltop. All along the way, we were astonished to really explore the knowledge or the information he had. So the interest he had made him to learn a lot, being grown up in the forest itself. So he was telling the scientific names of the plants, the trees, creepers, and he was showing us the birds, insects and their names. Not only that, he gave very interesting facts about the elephant behavior. So he, when we showed him the dung of elephant, he was telling us that how old the dung was. It was dropped yesterday, it was dropped today. So that is the kind of tribal knowledge people have which has not been explored yet. And with all the information that you all gathered in the last 3 days of conference about the ecotourism, what is to be really stressed is ecotourism is different from other types of tourism, other segments of tourism, in that it is responsible tourism. When food we say, because I am associated with food, we say responsible consumption. Here it is responsible tourism. Responsible consumption means, say, if I am given a banana to eat, after eating banana, if I throw the peel on the road, it is irresponsible consumption. So responsibility lies with me to put the peel in the dustbin or to dispose it of properly. Similarly, it is responsible tourism that matters for the success of the ecotourism. Okay, it's because another example to quote in this respect is Costa Rica, so which is known as the nature's tourist factory, where about 70% of the hotels in the nature, where actually this ecotourism is encouraged, they have less than 20 rooms to accommodate. That is the policy. So that there will be less footprint, there will be less ecological damage that happens to the, in that location, in that area, in that zone. So those kinds of policies are required to really conserve nature, because in the name of the business, we should not cause harm to the nature. We should not cause damage to the ecological sustainability. So this ecotourism demands that we should not just merely visit the places, merely visit the nature. We must visit with a responsibility, and traveling to undisturbed area should be with specific objective of studying, admiring and enjoying the beauty of nature, as well the wildlife, both flora and fauna, as well as the existing cultural manifestations of those regions. Conduct of ecotourism, no doubt, must be with the objective to help secure the economic, social and environmental well-being for the present and future generations. Everything that is done in the world is done with a hope. Hope. This conference is also done with a hope, so that it may create some of us as the naturalists, some of us as the entrepreneurs in ecotourism, and so on. So I take this opportunity to congratulate the organizers and as well as the participants for the 3 days wonderful conference, and I also thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to address this gathering. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving us a take-home message on responsible tourism, and sure we will try to adopt this as much as possible. Now I request Dr. Suma Singh, Registered Academics, Mount Carmel College, Bangalore, to address the gathering.
Good evening to all the respected dignitaries on the dais and the participants. I think you've had an overdose of lecture and deliberations on ecotourism, but I would like to just draw your attention to a simple fact. Man has been an eternal traveler, and we will continue to travel. The challenge for us now is, will it be a journey that we are going to ensure where we will protect our surroundings, or will it be a reckless journey? India and Indians today are traveling the most in the world. We are traveling much abroad, and we're also we are traveling internally on a very large scale. 50 crore plus heading towards Prayagraj, and we are still counting, right? That means today the whole journey of mankind is inevitably directed at discovering new places, for whatever reason that could be. It could be religious, culture, recreation, entertainment, whatever could be the reason. The challenge, I think, is to look at a broader perspective of tourism itself. And that's where it's commendable that KSTA came to us with this proposal of hosting a workshop or a conference for 3 days on ecotourism. But I have to tell here that I beg to differ with some of the observations made, that when you talk of ecotourism, you're just talking about how do you ensure to develop areas where you maintain a balance between nature, culture, society, etc. Because I feel the future is ecotourism, irrespective of where you're traveling, which part of the world you're traveling, which part of India you're exploring. It could be the much popular Kashmir to the interiors of Kerala, or the interiors of the undiscovered regions which Shakuntala ma'am was highlighting. It has to be ecotourism. I think that's hopefully the lesson that all of you would go back with, because the future lies in bringing about the best amalgamation of culture, society, and economics, because at the end of the day, this is a sunrise industry. We need to exploit its potential, but at the same time also be responsible in the journeys we are going to take forward. Dr. Ramesh and team, thank you for giving us this opportunity of collaborating with you, and I'm sure it has been a learning experience to each one of you who was here, and we look forward to you, the future, to carry forward the message that future tourism should be ecotourism and nothing else. There is no debate on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now I request our CEO, Dr. M. Ramesh sir, to give a presidential address.
Good evening. Respected Dr. Swami sir, esteemed ADR Dr. Jagdish sir, esteemed Registrar Dr. Suma Singh, esteemed former Principal and our good friend of KSTA, Dr. Shakuntala Madam, Dr. Anand Srinivas, Anila Madam, Kaviyarasi Madam, Jose Madam, all the parts, our Goldman, he was in the, Hatti Gold Mines, Executive Director. To all of you, once again, welcome to the valedictory function. And I'm really thrilled that this 3-day conference that KSTA has organized on a topic on ecotourism has been a success. On the opening day, there were more than 100 students. Some were standing outside. As the days progressed, number has reduced. All the same, we have ensured that the sessions are live streamed. Many people have joined online. They are watching on YouTube and Facebook. And in this, as Suma Madam told, there has been overdose of information. I had put 14 talks. Out of that, one expert did not come. I thought some people asked me to invite somebody else. I thought 13 is enough because it will be overdose. 14th will be a overdose. That's why we did not invite another person. Now, what we have listened for 3 days was summarized in panel discussion and valedictory. Excellent, all the information that we had to get to make tourism very eco-friendly have been briefed in this last session so well. Madam Shakuntala Madam, Jagdish Sir, Swami Sir briefed, gave a highlight of what ecotourism is and also local examples. It was Madam Dasharatha's effort were really amazing. I had read somewhere some 3-4 years ago about Dasharath, and Madam again reminded us of that great story. In fact, Kerala as Madam was telling, in 1980s, Sir was telling 1980s, Kerala started ecotourism in Kerala state. It's called God's own country. Then Karnataka came up with a tagline, one state, many world. In fact, Karnataka has many ecotourism spots. The only problem is infrastructure. We lack infrastructure to reach there, to stay there, to have good food. That's the drawback that we have. And in fact, we wanted Association of Department of Tourism and also KSTDC. I wrote 3 letters, no response. I went to meet them, no response. So we thought we should organize ourselves. Then when we inquired with Mount Carmel, they were more than willing to associate with, and I'm thankful to Kaviyarasi Madam and Jose Madam Sejana Jose Madam for connecting us with Principal and Director. They are also very kind enough to support KSTA in this, to organize this program. That girl was talking about foods of different districts. There is one good book called Following Fish by Samantha Subramaniam. I think you should read that. He has traveled all along the coast. He has stayed in important places all along the coast, right from Gujarat coast to eastern side, West Bengal. And adding to that, he has visited the best restaurant that provides good fish cuisine. I stayed in Mangalore for more than 13-14 years. I was not aware that there is a restaurant called Narayan provides excellent fish fry. Couple of years ago, I went there for a meeting in St. Aloysius. I told my friend, whatever you do, you must take me to Narayan Hotel. He took me there. really recipe was, the cuisine was very good, excellent. After 16-20 years of association in Mangalore, first time I tasted Narayan's recipe a couple of years ago. In each place, he has visited a good hotel and got the recipe also. In that book, it gives a recipe also you can make at home. So you should bring out a book like that, visiting all the districts, and say which hotel gives you best food. Certainly people will buy. Now I brought that book some 6-7 years ago in Sapna bookstall, and now recently I went, it was not there, fully sold out. So your book will also be like that. You should first bring in Kannada, then translate to English. It will be sold like hot cake. Okay? Will you do that? I am sure if you can apply for some project, it will be supported by Department of Tourism, Government of India. So I must thank all the experts who gave excellent presentations, and Nagesh Hegde sir talked about thrill and kill of tourism. He gave how tourism can be a thrill and also how it can kill the aspiration of people. So I'm sure all of you have broadened the horizon of your knowledge in ecotourism. How many of you would like to pursue ecotourism? Yeah. At least tourism students should pursue. Madam is already there in the tourism sector, she will definitely. And in fact, I had written letters to most of the tourism colleges. Only few have responded. That too with the help of Sejana Madam, we could connect with some of Christ University also helped us. And in future also, next month we plan to organize one more conference on antimicrobial resistance. We will be sending letters to all the colleges. I request Mount Carmel and Christ to support us again. And that will also be a 3-day conference. You please depute the students who can stay for 3 days so that they can get take-home message better. With this, I am very thankful to all my colleagues and experts who have come from far-off places and delivered excellent talks. And I take this opportunity also to wish the winners of oral presentation. I sat through oral presentation yesterday and day before yesterday. The only few have brought out the data well. Some have, it's like a classroom lecture they gave. It doesn't carry any value in research. You should have data and you should interpret well, and you should have statistical analysis. Only then your research will carry value. I'm sure students will do analysis well in their future presentation. KST organizes such programs often. You will have opportunity to present again. You learn from your mistake and next time you can present. I'm also thankful to Shamanta for deputing students from Tumkur. I thank all my colleagues and all dignitaries for being with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request our Senior Scientific Officer, Dr. Anand sir, to distribute and announce the winners of oral presentation winners.
ನಮಗೆ ಅಬ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಸಬ್ಮಿಷನ್ಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು 35 ಅಬ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ಗಳು ಸಬ್ಮಿಟ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 22 ಪ್ರಬಂಧಗಳು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ನಾವು 2 ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, UG PG ಮತ್ತು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟಿ, ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಸ್ಕಾಲರ್ಸ್. 2 ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿ UG PG ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ದು. ನಾವು ಪ್ರಥಮ, ದ್ವಿತೀಯ ಮತ್ತು ತೃತೀಯ ಮತ್ತು ಕಾನ್ಸೋಲೇಷನ್ ಪ್ರೈಸಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಈಸ್ 7,500, ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಈಸ್ 5,000 rupees, third prize is 4,000 rupees, and consolation prize is 2,000 rupees. Under UG and PG category, the consolation prize goes to ECOT 27, Is Tourism on Trial, a survey on ethical travel, conservation and cultural survival, Prajakta Katti, from Chanakya University, Bangalore. Prize money 2,000 rupees. Third prize goes to Opportunities and Challenges of Corporate Ecotourism Outings in Karnataka, Riddhi D. Ranawat and Rebecca S. Chowdhury from Department of Tourism and Travel Management, St. Clair's Autonomous College, Bangalore. Rupees 4,000. Second prize goes to Celebrating Nature and Culture, the Role of Ecotourism, Economy and Literature, Amukta Malyada K. M.R. Geeta Bala, Department of Humanities, Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Anantapura Campus, Andhra Pradesh. Rupees 5,000. And the first prize goes to From Nature to Canvas, Crafting Sustainable Painting Paper with Dried Leaves, Bhagavatula Vibhuti, Nithili Vasanta and Imani from Department of Food and Nutritional Science, Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Anantapura. Rupees 7,500. Under Research Scholars, Faculty and Scientists, the consolation prize goes to Community Participation in Ecotourism, the pictorial representation of Tharu community of Valmiki Tiger Reserves, Meenu Kumari and Jagdish S. Biradar, Department of Tourism and Hotel Management, Central University of Karnataka, Rupees 2,000. Third prize goes to Tourism Resilience, Integrated Behavioral Dynamics into Disaster Preparedness for Sustainable Development, Sharon Teresa Abraham and Binu VT, Department of Tourism Management, Institute of Home Science and Higher Education for Women, Coimbatore. Third prize, Rupees 4,000. Second prize goes to Geospatial Analysis of Recreational Parks, Enhancing Sustainability through Visitors' Preference, Akila Ashokan and VT Bindu, Department of Tourism Management, Institute of Home Science and Higher Education, Coimbatore. Rupees 5,000. And the first prize goes to Insect Fascinating Creature in the Ecotourism, B.S. Gotyal, ICR National Bureau of Agriculture Insect Resources, Bangalore. Rupees 7,500. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Congratulations to all the winners.
I also thank our jury, Dr. Manjappa, Dr. Vijay Kumar, and Dr. Siddhaya for helping us in selecting the best presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our scientific officer, Sri Vikesh Srinivasu, to give a vote of thanks to all the delegates and dignitaries on the dais.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, my dear colleagues, participants and friends. First of all, on behalf of KSTA and my own behalf and all of you, we must congratulate our senior scientific officer, our CEO, Dr. M. Ramesh sir, for encouraging us and motivating us and planning this program for a grand success. So thank you very much, sir, for your support and guidance. Here, as a chief guest today, we have Dr. GSK Swami sir. Is a very simple and wonderful human being. He is always agreeing our invitation, and thank you very much, sir, for your kind presence and shared your wonderful views on this ecotourism. Thank you, sir. And also we have Dr. Shakuntala Shamuelson, Madam. Madam is very generous to our KSTA and having lot of gratitude on KSTA. Thank you so much, Madam, for your presence and gracing this occasion. Thank you, Madam. And also one more good friend of KSTA, we have Dr. S.L. Jagdish sir. He's a very humble and wonderful human being. Thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion, sir. And we have Professor Suma Singh, Madam, Register, Mount Carmel College. Thank you very much, Madam, for associating with us and gracing this occasion. Thank you very much, Madam. I thank our Senior Scientific Officer, Dr. Anand sir, for wonderful support and coordination. And we have my best friend and seniors, Dr. M.E. Vijay Kumar sir, for supporting us for organizing this program. And also I request Dr. Banjappa sir, please come, and thank you very much, sir, for your support and guidance for this program. And also I thank Dr. Lingdal sir, my guru, for having you here, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your kind support. And I would like to thank all the panelists. First and foremost, Professor Jagdish Godiyal sir, thank you very much for your wonderful motivational speech on this ecotourism. And we have Sangur Mutt sir. Thank you, sir. And Anila madam and Professor Sivan and Mount Carmel College professors, Dr. Kavi Arasi and Sejana Jose. They only came and asked us to organize this program. Thank you very much for this grand success of this program. And day one resource experts and the chairs, the day one, and also day two resource experts, and also the chairs, and also day three resource experts, and also the chairs of that particular session. We must give the gratitude for them for wonderful the thoughts and their knowledge, and they have really gave wonderful presentations, as our CEO sir told. So they have really broadened the origin of our knowledge on this ecotourism. So thanks all of them. All the way they came and gave wonderful lectures. And lastly, I must thank all of you. Without you, this program would not be as successful. So thank you one and all present here, all the participants from different parts of India, I can say. So thank you one and all present here once again for your wonderful stay in KSTA and attending this program. And once again, thank you all present here. And I request all of you to please visit our website for frequent programs. If these programs interest you, you can just register and come. So you can also just popularize our KSTA programs to your friends, colleagues, and your neighbors. So thank you very much. Once again, I wish you all the great success in your future endeavor, and also wish you a happy journey to your destination. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Srinivasji. Now we will have a national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you very much. Now we will be having a high tea in our canteen. Please request all of you to join. Before that, we will have a group photo. Please assemble near the entrance. Thank you. Thank you very much.